Notes. First of all, Regents Kenyanya, Farnsworth, and Tau Urabi will be joining us via Zoom, and I understand that they are on Zoom now, so we have a quorum. And as is our tradition in May, the board will take time this morning to recognize and celebrate the faculty, staff, and students who have earned honors locally, nationally, and internationally over the past year. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to celebrate these individuals this morning in person for the first time since 2019. The recognitions are item 7 in our agenda, and we will begin the recognitions at 9 a.m. Just a note to colleagues, we may need to adjust other agenda items to accommodate this 9 o'clock start, and just appreciate flexibility from our presenters. So we'll turn now to the agenda for our meeting this morning. First is a public forum on the President's recommended 2023 annual operating budget. And before we start, I want to outline the procedures that we will follow this morning. Today's public forum is an opportunity for the university community and the public to voice their comments on the proposed fiscal year 2023 operating budget. This is not a dialogue. Rather, we're here today to listen. We're here today to listen to your input and concerns. If you pose specific questions, please do not expect answers or a response today. The board will consider comments and suggestions before we consider final passage in June. I believe we have 15. We have 15 speakers signed up. The speakers will be called on in the order in which they signed up. Mr. Steves will call on you. When it is your turn, please come to the presenters table, which is that table right there. State your full name for the record. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to speak, and we thank you in advance for adhering to the time limit, as the limit allows us to hear from more people. Mr. Steves will keep track of time. He'll alert speakers when they have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining and when their time has expired. So finally, I'd like to remind everybody that the board is also accepting, very happy to accept written comments on the budget on our website. So if you want to do that, you can visit us at regents.umm.edu to submit comments. Mr. Steves, will you please call the first speaker?
Robert McMaster.
Good morning. My name is Robert McMaster. I'm currently the Vice Provost and Dean of Undergraduate Education on the Twin Cities campus. I'd like to thank the Board of Regents for giving me this opportunity to comment on the U of M proposed budget, where I'll focus my remarks on the UMTC undergraduate tuition increase. I fully support this modest increase for 6 major reasons. First, the UMTC tuition increases over the past decade under the watch of Presidents Kaler and Gabel have been extremely low. The average annual change over the past 10 years has been 1.5%, significantly under the inflation rate. And in 3 of those 10 years, the tuition increase was 0. Second, we pay close attention to how our tuition compares with our peers. We remain in the middle of our Big Ten peer group in terms of tuition, ensuring we remain competitive. Third, the increase in financial aid is as important as the changes in tuition. Over the past 10 years, the total gift aid for undergraduates has increased from 138 to 189 million, providing students with 51 million more in financial support. As a result of this increase, the net price is currently at $10,000 for families making less than $75,000 per year, at the very low end of all Minnesota institutions. Fourth, we watch student debt very carefully. Since 2011, the average student loan debt on the Twin Cities campus for those who borrow has decreased, dropping by over $1,000 to $27,000. This places the Twin Cities campus with the 4th lowest student debt in the Big Ten. The percent who do not borrow at all has increased from 34% to 47%. The average student loan debt at graduation remains below the Minnesota average. Fifth, when recruiting students to the university, we describe ourselves as a world-class institution. Thus, students that arrive at the U of M have expectations for the very best instruction, learning environments, and facilities, In order to support the level of excellence, we need to cover cost increases in many areas, including modern labs, employee salaries, and student support. 6, at the same time, we have significantly increased the size of our freshman class from 5,600 to last year's record 6,900. We have also increased and enhanced our student services. We've enhanced our advising, career counseling, and mental health services, increased our tutoring capacity, hired low-income coaches, and continued to invest in cutting-edge classroom improvements. These investments have all paid off with record high retention and graduation rates, which have saved our students nearly $35 million over this period in reduced student debt. For these reasons, I support the modest tuition increase that is proposed for UMTC students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMaster.
William Karnick.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is William Karnick, and I'm a laboratory animal attendant with Research Animal Resources here at the University of Minnesota. We in RAR have been struggling for the better part of a year now, trying to hire enough people to properly care for our animals. The base starting pay for an LAA is only $16 an hour. This is already well below market rate for comparable positions. The proposed 3.5 or 3.85% increase in pay would only result in a 62-cent raise for this position. It is insulting in its inadequacy at addressing the issues at hand. What's worse is because 3.85 does not keep pace with the rate of inflation, then we would actually be taking a pay cut as our spending power would be decreasing. Principal investigators, researchers, and other scientists are beginning to grow increasingly worried as they see the department struggle to maintain its staff and thus, and thus the quality of the animal care that this prestigious institution strives for. We have over 300 PIs, researchers, grad students, PhD candidates, and other members of the department sign on to a petition that is critical of these low wages that plague RAR. If we do not act quickly enough to increase the wages of the animal care staff in RAR, we will continue to see a decline in the department as more people leave and we are unable to replace them. Raising our wages to the $20 an hour that the Teamsters are demanding would not only assist us in retaining employees, but would allow us to attract trained and qualified staff to the position. People who are passionate about this work and will serve as great assets to the department. So please, help me to help you. I care about this department. I care about the quality of our research, and I care about the health and well-being of our animals. We are at a critical junction, and if the wages of the animal care staff are not raised to be competitive within the industry, then I worry for the future of our department. Thank you for your time. I cede the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Karnick.
Eric Jensen.
President Gable, Chair Paul, and Regents, my name is Eric Jensen. I'm a senior and building and grounds worker just a couple blocks away in Centennial Hall. I've been in that role 18 years and served a total of 30 years this fall as a full-time University Teamster employee. I've received Housing and Residential Life Exceptional Service Award twice. One of them was for my involvement with the department's sustainability efforts. I've also spent over 10 years advocating for our public lands and waters, part of the volunteer leadership in a hunting and angling conservation group. I'm here to say the university needs to get serious about achieving its very laudable goal of zero waste by 2030. I can credibly say this as someone who every day takes out trash recycling from Centennial Hall. This past week and a half, literally thousands of pounds. I see all the massive amount of harvestable products that are not put back into use. Most often it's aluminum or plastic, but also paper and compostable items, even cardboard. Addressing this situation is a lot about changing human behavior. So it's going to take a serious investment, mostly in people, workers, and students. It starts with the workers. Wages need to be high enough to simply have enough workers to achieve the task by reducing turnover, as dealing with waste is labor intensive. We should also be rewarded for the fundamental role we will play in achieving zero waste. Secondly, workers should have training opportunities to upgrade their skills regarding waste reduction. When I was a member of the Housing Sustainability Committee a few years back, I had the chance to tour the recycling facility at the university and get a presentation from the recycling director on how the process worked, what was actually reusable, and what the end product was. This type of training should be extended to everyone interested. Workers should be then granted opportunity for using those skills for higher pay and/or time off. This could be financed at least partially through the Green Training Fund that Teamsters 320 is advocating for at the legislature. I'm disappointed and perplexed by the university administration's opposition to this, which was announced in a letter sent to legislators by Ken Horstman. Part of what staff trained on waste harvest could do is outreach to students, informing them on how to recycle and doing some nudging to get them to do more. When I was on the Housing Sustainability Committee, I advocated for extra staff time to be allocated for doing a door knock in the residence halls to gin up participation in recycling competitions we'd have. Those one-to-one conversations would probably increase participation a lot more than texts or emails. Lastly, I just want to emphasize that it doesn't work for central administration to just declare a great goal and expect that it will be achieved without some serious on-the-ground engagement and support for the people who are going to make it happen. Wages and staffing need to increase, and training needs to improve if we're going to meet the moment and become the green university we claim to be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Liz Wright.
I'm Liz Wright, Professor of Writing Studies and President of the UEA in Duluth, the union representing faculty in Duluth. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. President Gable, Chair Powell, members of the board, I'm here to briefly discuss how this budget addresses problems in Duluth. UMD's tuition is the highest in the system compared to its peers and competitors. The proposed tuition increase is less than the Twin Cities, but same as the outer state campuses. It doesn't improve UMD's pricing position. Thus, our enrollment issues will continue. UMD's faculty is the most underpaid compared to its peers. The proposed salary increases are flat across the system. The faculty morale issues will continue. UMD is understaffed, with people working several different jobs. While the projected budget resources will increase, the overall resource increase from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23 is 2.2%, which will not be enough to cover the salary and fringe increases. This means more positions will need to be cut when we are barely operational. The proposed budget appears very generous with the $7.4 million bridge fund for Crookston, Duluth, and Morris. However, once again, the budget is presented in a largely incremental fashion, which is not acceptable because UMD has been underfunded for years. The recurring cuts that have been implemented to compensate for this underfunding have created absurd inefficiencies and decreasing quality of the student experience. All this for a disproportionately high and unaffordable tuition, which leads to the highest student debt in the system. You, the regents, cannot see these things in the proposed budget because there is no objective analysis of what the needs of each unit are to operate satisfactorily. UMD needs a rebalanced system budget based on a rational and transparent assessment of resource needs, which would ensure that a University of Minnesota student gets a University of Minnesota experience, even if they attend UMD. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wright.
Jackson Kerr.
Members of the board, thanks for having me. My name's Jackson Kerr. I'm a staff organizer with Teamsters Local 320. I kind of want to just emphasize some of what Eric and William were saying earlier, and I want to sort of paint a picture for you all about what's going on the ground here at the university with the workforce. Earlier in the year, Teamsters had a bargaining survey that went out, and we got some feedback from people about what they're going through. So I'm just going to read you some of the quotes we got to give you an idea of sort of the situation. So here's from one worker. University pay rate is so low. The employee turnover is making our job harder. 2 new employees just quit after working just a month and a half because of the pay rate. The employee told me that she can find a job for $18 or $20 an hour. So why would she take $16 an hour at the U of M? Here's another worker. We need bigger incentives for those at the top of their scale to continue to stay. This used to be a desirable place to work, but it's definitely not what it used to be. Here's another worker. Higher wages mean being able to provide for myself and my son as a single mother. I make enough to not qualify for any assistance, but not enough to be secure within the finances from this job alone. Higher wages would allow me to feel financially secure within my position and making a career out of my work here at the University of Minnesota. Here's another worker. Single person apartments average $1,000 plus in Duluth, and my current wage won't cut that. I don't want to be 50 years old with a roommate. Groceries are dumb expensive. Feels like meat is up 50% more expensive than it was 5 years ago, and I know my wages have not kept the pace. Everything is so darn expensive, and a 2% cost of living doesn't mean crap when inflation is over 6%. Here's another worker. As of November 2021, the inflation rate is supposed to increase by 6.2%. Any increase under this amount would essentially be a pay decrease. I've had multiple coworkers leave within the last year and get a better paying jobs in the same field for the Minneapolis Parks Board and other places, while also claiming that the job is easier. These former coworkers claim that they would have stayed for more money. If you want to retain talented and knowledgeable staff, you need to pay them more because there are higher paying opportunities out there. Here's another worker. I am currently working 2 full-time jobs to make a comfortable living. A wage increase would make it possible for me to only work for the university. So just to summarize, a 3.85% is not going to alleviate these issues we're seeing. We have people working 2 full-time jobs while they work here at the university. We have people who are on the verge of getting public assistance. I would ask the board to consider a pay increase that's in line with inflation at the very least. Otherwise, we're going to see continued hemorrhaging of positions, increase or decreased headcounts. We're also going to see hits to the university's missions on sustainability and research, like Eric and William were saying. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
Sam Rosemark.
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Svigum, members of the Board of Regents, and President Gable. Good morning. My name is Sam Rosemark. I'm a proud University of Minnesota Morris graduate and the Director of Advocacy for the University of Minnesota Alumni Association, and a 118-year-old organization that represents the 500,000 U of M alumni from the Twin Cities and Rochester campuses. I'm here this morning on behalf of the University of Minnesota Alumni Association's 85th Board of Directors Chair, Scott Wallace, and its President and CEO, Lisa Lewis. They were unable to attend this morning. The mission of the University of Minnesota Alumni Association, or UMAA, includes advocating for the university's excellence and advancing the value of every U of M degree, not just for next year, but for generations to come. We recognize the challenges in developing a budget when emerging from difficult times. Finding the right balance between priorities is never easy. We know the university will make tough decisions, and we believe a budget is a reflection of an organization's values. The UMAA applauds this budget's focus to achieve the MPACT 2025 plan. It takes real investment to advance and achieve these goals. We continue to collaborate with the university to advance the goals in the plan, a notable initiative being diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's vital every member of the university feels a sense of belonging, including the alumni community. In an economy where there is significant competition for talent, investing in faculty and staff retention should remain a priority. It's the people who drive the university's success. Campus safety remains a concern, and we recognize the new initiatives and ongoing commitments to keep students safe. Continued investment in public safety is vital, and we are pleased to see this reflected in the budget. We also applaud the continued investments, the PEAK initiative, the President's Initiative for Student Mental Health, and the system-wide enrollment initiatives. We appreciate the fiscal stewardship of state funds, reducing costs where possible, and prioritizing resources towards strategic impact. When it comes to student debt, or sometimes referred to by the UMAA as alumni debt, we recognize the success of the university's Promise programs to address college affordability and access. We also recognize that 41% of undergraduates leave this institution without debt, and the UMAA hopes to work together with all stakeholders to increase this statistic. That's why UMAA works 365 days a year to help alumni across the state of Minnesota advocate for the university at the state legislature through the Minnesota 201 Alumni Advocacy Network. State appropriations to this land-grant university is a foundational revenue source to keep tuition and other costs down. Thank you for your dedication to the future success of the University of Minnesota and to its alumni. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosemark.
Mira Altabel Resendez.
Greetings, President Gable and the Board of Regents. My name is Mira Altabel Resendez. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I'm graduating from the University of Minnesota this coming Sunday, and I'm here today as a representative of Students for a Democratic Society. There has been a national surge in interest and concern over women's and reproductive rights since the recent leak of the Supreme Court's draft of a bill that would overturn Roe v. Wade, which would effectively strip millions of Americans of their rights to bodily autonomy. Our campus communities across Minnesota are no exception to this. A week and a half ago, on May 3rd, the U of N Morris chapter of SDS hosted an emergency protest in response to this horrifying news that garnered almost 100 attendees. The next day, on May 4th, we of the SDS chapter at UMN Twin Cities campus also called an action to demand that Senator Amy Klobuchar pressure her fellow members of the US Senate to protect abortion rights for all. This rally and march brought together over 1,500 students and Minneapolis community members who all share a passion for the human right to self-determination over one's own body. After witnessing the amount of students who were willing to sacrifice their evenings during final season to unite over such an issue, we had no choice but to examine the accessibility of reproductive health care, especially abortions, that the thousands of students who attend the University of Minnesota on all of its campuses are provided with. Minnesota, being a liberal state that lacks outright abortion bans, does not eliminate other barriers that may prevent its residents from attaining the reproductive care that they need. After conducting a review of the reproductive care services currently available at the University of Minnesota, Students for a Democratic Society has identified 4 ways in which university administration can take action to protect and expand the reproductive rights of the students it serves. These are as follows. A presidential statement on reproductive rights, the implementation of a reproductive health care module during freshman orientation, the establishment of a reproductive health advocacy and education center, and a university boycott of states with heartbeat bills. Details of these demands can be found on the printed sheets we would like to provide to the members of the board. We hope that you will take these demands into consideration while reviewing the budgetary plan of the university, prioritizing the needs of its key stakeholders, its students. We have especially high hopes for President Gable in her position as the first ever woman to be appointed president of the University of Minnesota to make decisions that will protect and advance the rights and safety of women and so many others on campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alabel Resendez.
Nancy Lindahl.
Thank you, Chair Powell, President Gable, and all regions. My name is Nancy Lindahl. I'm a proud 1968 alum of the University of Minnesota and a life trustee at the University of Minnesota Foundation, and a few other titles that you already know, so I won't go on. I'm speaking today on behalf of my husband, John, and myself. We are proud to be here to speak in support of the university's budget. we were honored to co-chair the university's recently completed Driven campaign. And while we couldn't be more proud to represent the over 310,000 people who supported this university, we know that there is more work to be done. We cannot comment today on specific details of the budget, but we can tell you that the focus on the university's strategic plan, Impact 2025, and its priorities create the roadmap for future philanthropic opportunities to support this great university, its students, its faculty, and its research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lindahl.
Shireen Horazuk.
Good morning. My name is Shireen Horzak. I work at the Humphrey School, and I'm the president of AFSCME 3800, the Clerical Workers Union. Throughout my 20 years at the U, 4,000 frontline workers have had the budget balanced on our backs. We've had pay freezes, furloughs, hundreds of jobs eliminated through layoffs and attrition, major insurance cost shifting, and cuts to the Regents Scholarship. Every time we make gains, they get rolled back. Unionized workers make this university work. When we need time off because we're sick or want to take vacation or a leave, we are told no, that the unit can't survive without us. That's forgotten, though, when it's time to talk about raises. AFSCME and Teamsters work in research animal resources, which you just heard about, where they do exactly what their name says, care for animals that are used in research. Protocols from NIH, NSF, and other funders are incredibly rigorous. One of our members recently submitted notice that they would be taking a leave and gave the contractual 2 weeks notice. They were asked to delay it by 2 months because nobody else can do their job. Turnover and vacancies are incredibly high. They are doing mission critical work, yet the university is paying them $16 an hour. The administration and Regents need to make this a great place to work for the entire workforce, not just those at the top. First, frontline staff need raises that at a minimum keep up with inflation, which is currently over 8%. If wage increases don't at least match inflation, you're not offering a raise, you're asking us to take a pay cut. The U needs to end the system where administrators are continually hired with six-figure salaries while frontline workers are told they don't deserve to make $50,000 even after 30 years of employment. We need to see a raise at the top of the pay scales and an adjustment for the ranges overall. The overall value of our positions continues to decline, and the U needs to turn it around. Our jobs are not just career starters, they are careers, and we deserve wages we can thrive on. I challenge you to find administrators who have to choose between paying a doctor's bill and buying school supplies for their kids, paying a student loan and living on their own, caring for an elderly parent, or being able to retire. Yet many frontline workers make these choices every day. How does this reflect the university's values? The university isn't a corporation like Amazon or US Bank. This is a land-grant institution funded by taxpayers and student tuition, and it should reflect the values of our state. One of those values is we all do better when we all do better. Rather than following corporate models, the university should be a leader by establishing a standard of living that provides for a dignified life in retirement for its entire workforce, rather than lavish rewards at the top and poverty at the bottom and middle. Frontline staff need raises and respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mava Jones.
Good morning, President Gable, Regents. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Shireen mentioned the Regents Scholarship. Sounds like a great benefit until you read the fine print. If we get approved for the program, if we're lucky enough to have a supervisor who cares about us as human beings, we're on the hook for fees that the university loves to charge. These fees rack up and become a burden. If we're seeking an advanced degree, we have to pay 25% of the tuition and related fees. To those of us like myself who are paid in coin rather than in dollars, this is a lot of money. We can't afford to take food from our families' mouths in order to further our education at the university. I am working on an accounting degree at a different college because ASME values me and is paying for all of it. I haven't paid one dime for returning to school in 2020. While it would be great to go to school where I also work, because I love my department, School of Architecture, not everybody can do online learning. There are many people who prefer to learn in person. I have 2 children who are exactly that way. If the university is serious about an equitable place, being an equitable place where we all have the opportunity to advance, then the Regents Scholarship should be changed to facilitate this. Again, I'm fine taking online classes. Not everyone can do that. If it weren't for ASME, I probably wouldn't be in school right now. I calculated the cost to attend at the university, and it's not worth it to me to have to work a second job just to get a degree. So I'm asking you to consider those of us who are at the bottom at the university and who would like the opportunity to move up to get our education where we are working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Mary Holtz Claus.
Good morning, Regent Powell, Regents, President Gable. I'm Mary Holtz Claus, and I serve as a chancellor at the campus of the University of Minnesota Crookston. I recall when I began my work in higher education, I had an individual whom I worked under. His name was Dr. Bob Anderson. He was an electrical engineer who'd been part of the dream team of Jack Welch. And what he brought to our campus was a strategic focus. It was the first time that university had gone through strategic planning, had prioritized, and its budget then reflected those strategic priorities. So why do I tell you that story? For one thing, this gentleman actually happened to be from Fisher, which is 5 miles from Crookston. But more importantly, this budget reflects the strategic priorities of the University of Minnesota. There's been considerable time, effort, and energy listening, hearing what people say are the strategic aspects that we must address to continue to be one of the leading higher education institutions in the United States. And as this budget was developed, it actually reflects what our strategic priorities are. Specifically, as you know, we are a small campus and oftentimes struggle with enrollment. This budget helps us through those enrollment areas, provides additional resources for us to market and to talk about the treasures that exist on our campus. This budget also, through the strategic priorities, addresses that critical need that Minnesota very uniquely can address, and that of global food security. Through this budget, there's additional funding which is provided to CPANS, to NRRI Extension, and the University of Minnesota Crookston for us to additionally hire individuals and more effectively address that critical global food situation. As we know, one of the very important aspects of the strategic plan is addressing the area of being a place meeting students where they are. And this budget for the University of Minnesota Crookston and other of our universities provides resources both to support our students through tuition assistance and to help them, particularly our first generation students and our students Pell eligible through this budget allocation. So as you go through this discussion point, I want to thank you for, again, putting this budget together that reflects the strategic priorities of the University of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Holtz Claus.
Ned Patterson.
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, members of the board, President Gable, thank you for this opportunity to give input. For everyone, I am Ned Patterson, faculty member in the College of Veterinary Medicine on the Twin Cities campus and current Faculty Consultative Committee Chair. I'm here to comment on one aspect of the budget, which I'm well aware from discussions in Senate governance, this year and previous years. 2 years ago, we had the salary reduction in collaboration with many people, which was needed to hopefully save positions. And that was flat on the base salary for the next year too. It was a temporary reduction. Last year, we had the across the board 1.5% increase for all employees. And then recently in discussions at our faculty forum and the faculty consultative committee with the university senators, competitive compensation was one of the major themes expressed. Earlier this week, the FCC and the President's Office sponsored a faculty design thinking forum with 50 faculty from throughout the system and 2 facilitators. Total compensation, especially including all benefits, is one area of which there were proposed changes and potential thinking outside the box and total benefits. And maybe that's for some future conversations. And I've also heard advocacy, which I'd like to echo and amplify, for having a long-term strategic planning on competitive compensation for a number of years, rather than just every year, as sometimes happens, for all employees looking into the future. There is the board policy you're aware of, that compensation structure that when combined with benefits and other rewards is competitive relative to institutional peers in appropriate labor markets and serves to attract and retain high performance workplace. There are challenges, as you all know so well, there's only so much flexibility in the levers in the budget that can be adjusted. And obviously there's the additional challenge of the current rate of inflation. Of course, every employee would love to get an amazing salary increase given the current rate of inflation, but there are only so many ways to increase funds given the constraints. Taking all that into consideration, I support the 3.85% salary pool increase for all employees in the proposed budget. And that goes back to being merit-based and performance-based, which also gives some more flexibility and room for salary equity adjustments, which faculty think are important. As indicated yesterday, if enacted, it would be the highest increase in recent U of M history. So I support the 3.5% increase in the budget as a good next step forward in the right direction within all of this relevant consideration, and I ask you to support it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Patterson.
Katrina Jackson.
Good morning, and thank you for listening to me today. I am a 5th-year graduate student candidate in the Department of Microbiology and Immunology. As part of the work I do to bring money to the university for the $1 billion that we get in grants every year, I have to come to campus every single day. When it's in the winter and when there's snow and ice, I have to drive to campus, which means I end up spending $40 a week on parking fees just to access the lab to get into campus. When the cost of parking increased last year, I was very angry about this because I was paying $40 a week just to get to work. And so I reached out to other graduate students and sent a survey asking, is anybody else having this same problem? I heard back from graduate students who are choosing between feeding their families or themselves and paying parking. Graduate students who are no longer able to come to class because they cannot afford the parking rates here. I have heard from graduate students who are currently working from home and no longer doing experiments because they cannot afford to pay parking fees. When I found out that graduate student salaries, about 5 to 10% have to go from our salaries for us to access campus facilities. I wrote a petition and had it signed by 1,300 members of the graduate student community and submitted this petition to the Office of the President. The Office of the President was kind enough to give us guaranteed parking passes, which is something we did not have before this started. We have continued to work with the Office of the President, asking for flexibility in our parking passes. Can we at least have winter-only parking passes? Can we somehow get parking passes where we don't have to pay a $300 lump fee just to get a parking pass? And in return, I found out that the Office of the President requested that they increase the cost of parking again on the University of Minnesota campus. We are looking at a 1.8% in the ramps and a 4.2% in the contract parking fees. And what this means is that even more graduate students who are currently unable to access campus facilities because they cannot pay for parking are going to continue to struggle to pay for parking. Graduate students do the work in the labs that the university lauds for us being an exceptional research institution. Graduate students teach the classes that the undergrads come here to learn from. And in return, we give 10% of our paychecks back for parking. And that's absurd and that's unacceptable. And this isn't only happening to graduate students. All of the underpaid workers are paying obscene amounts of money back to this university for parking. I understand that parking is an important institution that has to be paid for, and that is why I'm requesting that you hold off on increasing the cost of parking this year and instead look at implementing a sliding income scale parking plan so that parking can be related to our income and that we can have equity instead of equality at this university. Thank you very much.
Noah Wexler.
Thanks for the opportunity, Regents and President Gable. I'm speaking as Noah Wexler. I'm a third-year graduate student in the Humphrey School, PhD student. I've been a graduate research assistant for the past 3 years. I want to first talk a little bit going off of just what Katrina said about what graduate students and grad assistants in particular bring to this university. I know of research assistants who work in labs across the school, who log 60 hours a week, making sure that this university produces the quality research that's core to its mission. I know teaching assistants that stay up until 3 a.m. every night, making sure that the undergrads they teach in massive 500-person lectures are responded to and that their education matters. I know grad instructors who take on courses that their advisors previously took on when their advisors go on sabbatical at the drop of a pin to make sure that this university continues to function in both research and education. At the same time, every single college has seen its grad assistants take a pay cut because our wages have not meaningfully increased over the last 5 years. And this is harming the university. It's becoming harder for colleges to stay competitive and recruit grad students when there's other options that pay better for us. Currently, the average take-home salary for grad assistants at the U, if one doesn't receive summer funding, is about $20,000, and $24,000 if we do receive summer funding. And this is below peer institutions like the University of Iowa, the University of Michigan, and the University of Washington. On top of this, grad assistants often have to pay up to $2,000 in student fees. Despite us being employees of this university, we are asked to now pay money back to our employer, which should not make any sense. International students have to pay even more because they're on the hook for the ISSS fee. And this is a massive equity issue, if I've ever seen one. The current budget and the proposals that are outlined are entirely inadequate. A 3.85% recommendation is just that. It is non-binding. And as many other underpaid workers of the U have said, this is a pay cut if it's not commensurate to inflation. On top of that, tuition and fees are going up, which is furthering this. There was a petition that myself and other grad assistants sent around over the last couple of months that has received over half of grad assistants signing on, demanding real raises, fee cancellation, and raises that are commensurate with inflation. When we passed this out, we saw many grad assistants say they're struggling to pay rent, they're struggling to pay groceries, and they're struggling to do the research and teaching that make this university happen. Let this make sense and pay us more.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler.
Deb Pavlica.
My name is Deb Pavlica. I'm the president of AFSCME 3260 Healthcare, and I'm still a nurse at Boynton Health. I will not waste your time again discussing the continued challenges and expectations of your frontline workers. The disrespect and disregard of your essential employees they have been subjected to for over 2 years now is appalling. During the most recent negotiations, representatives in your administration informed us the university has no interest in anything for frontline workers. How do you think the employees and the public see you? According to the American Psychological Association, the attitudes and practices of an employer who demonstrates how much they are valued and how much their employees are valued receives the best of the best from employees, including increase in dedication, contribution, motivation, productivity, accuracy. You get the above and beyond employees. The employee who is valued has been found to have better physical and mental health. Turnover and absenteeism is minimal. When an employer demonstrates little interest or value in their employees, the opposite is true. Turnover steadily increases, as well as an increase in absenteeism, decreased productivity, decreased motivation, decreased accuracy, and increased exposures to benefit usage due to the declining health and physical and mental health. Turnover in nursing has been devastating. At Boynton, nursing has lost almost half of their staff. Now those of us who are left are expected to carry the entire load, of course, with no additional compensation of any kind. No meaningful effort is being placed on value, retention, competitive wages, or recruitment. According to Harvard Business Review, successful employers in 2022 are offering significant compensation increases to attract and retain talent in today's market. Their research has shown that in the US, year-to-date salary increases have been more than 4%. This surely seems to be the case with the appreciation and value the University of Minnesota has demonstrated for football and basketball coaches who actually only contribute a fraction of the year. You also displayed your appreciation and value in a grand way for President Gable. Shortly after only offering laborers a 1.5% increase to wages that are already below the current market and drastically fell short of your laboring employees' ability to survive the current inflation rate at 8.5%. The Harvard research also showed that 94% of all companies have made significant investments in their well-being programs. 85% have increased support for mental health benefits, and 50% have increased support for physical well-being. Why is there such a drastic difference between the value of human beings at the University of Minnesota? What makes administration and management contributions so much more valuable than the boots to the ground laborers who contribute the majority of the work required to keep the University of Minnesota functional? Please lead by example. Be a good employer, be a fair employer, be the one employer who demonstrates that all of your employees and their contributions are valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pavlica. Pavlica was the final speaker this morning. And so I would like to thank all of the speakers this morning. I want to thank you very much. And I think as colleagues, you know, people were here early this morning to sign up and get on the comments. I want to thank all of my colleagues for your time and attention. And then just as a final reminder to the university community, we will be accepting written feedback on the budget on the website, and we will act on the budget at our June meeting. That concludes the public forum this morning. We'll now move on to our next item of business, which is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, I've heard from everybody. The motion is approved. Next, we'll hear the report of the president, President Gable.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Spigum, and members of the board. And as our speakers leave, hopefully they can still hear me thank them for their advocacy and feedback. When we started this academic year, the end of the spring semester seemed really far away, and yet here we are in what seems like no time at all, and are preparing to watch thousands of our graduates over recent days receive their degrees. I want to express heartfelt congratulations to the class of 2022. They've been through a lot, and they have demonstrated unbelievable strengths and resilience, as have all of their classmates and our faculty and staff. But for our graduates, we wish them the very best and look forward to hearing about all their incredible successes as they enter this next chapter. Members of the board, the COVID-19 pandemic continues, although in a new chapter. Through it all, our university community has been very committed to continuing to fulfill the mission around learning and wellness and the protection of our community that has kept our campuses safe. And we're very grateful for the various sacrifices that different stakeholders have had to make in order for that to happen. And as a result, we are beginning to emerge and are slowly turning the corner. Since our last meeting in March, we modified our indoor mask mandate requirements in university-owned facilities to require masks only in classroom and instructional laboratory settings, healthcare settings, in transit settings as was required by federal law, and in settings where masks are required due to environmental or hazardous material conditions. But as of yesterday, we were able to update this masking guidance to no longer require masks in the classroom and instructional lab settings in concert with and as a reflection of the different guidance that we receive at the federal and state level and based on the advice of our campus experts. We will continue to require masks in posted healthcare settings, in settings where personal protective equipment is required due to environmental or hazardous material conditions, and in isolation and quarantine spaces. But I want to be very clear that individuals may and should, if they wish to, continue to wear masks at any time and in any location and make their own choices about their personal protection. And we will, as a community, continue to respect and honor those choices, as all individuals within our university family who may feel more comfortable wearing a mask for whatever reason or are taking these steps have our absolute support. In addition, we updated our vaccination policies for fall 2022, which still requires the primary COVID vaccinations, which as of now is the 2 Pfizer or Moderna shots or the 1 Johnson & Johnson shot. But we are waiving the vaccination requirement for students enrolled in programs that are fully online or off-site. This is a narrow population of students in specific and identifiable degree programs as identified as fully online. And an example of this, although there are others, is Crookston's program in accounting and finance, and we could provide other examples if the board so wishes. Moving to the legislative session, members of the board, earlier this semester, MMB released the state's budget forecast projecting a historic $9.25 billion surplus. And as the final days of the session come into sight, we continue to advocate for both our capital and supplementary budget requests. And we know upcoming decisions will shape the impact of our mission. And so we look forward to continuing this important engagement and our partnership with the state, and we'll keep you posted on those developments. Related to our financial circumstances, as you know, in March, we completed a sale of $500 million in 30-year bonds at an interest rate of 4.048%. These 30-year bonds will provide critical funding for MPACT 2025 innovative capital financing strategy, which you heard about in detail at yesterday's F&O committee meeting. With regard to our senior leadership searches, in November, you'll recall we announced the launch of 3 competitive national searches for key leadership positions at the university: Vice President for Equity and Diversity, Vice President for Research, and University of Minnesota Duluth Chancellor. These searches are drawing to a close, and we will be able to share with you in just the next couple of weeks who will be filling these positions. My thanks to all the members of the university who participated in these important searches, particularly the chairs, several of whom are in the room today, and those of you who shared your valuable feedback with me. We read each and every single feedback line that comes in, and it informs our decisions and is extremely helpful. Other updates on university history. At the February meeting, the board approved, as you know, of course, the new namings policy, which was up for comprehensive review this year. I want to update you that the All University Honors Committee has established their working group to finalize the committee's naming criteria, as well as to work out some of the outstanding operational issues. We will get updates from them as they work through this process and expect to have a report back to you by the end of the academic year or over the summer. That will then require more feedback from the board, but reflects real progress towards the implementation of this policy. Also at the February meeting, you'll recall that you approved the university's system accountability report, which we do every year, but this represents the first year where it also includes the implementation of MPACT 2025. Across our 5 campuses, we're now working to implement year 2 of MPACT 2025, including proposed refinements that we shared with you last month. In particular, and specific to the Mintersections commitment, I'm pleased to announce that we will be soon revealing our first system-wide chief sustainability officer. That announcement will come out while we're in the meeting today, so check your email during a break. This position will support our strategic priorities for MPACT 2025, specifically to build a sustainable future. And among the first priorities for this person will be to lead the development of the climate action plans on each of our campus, which is a key deliverable of MPACT 2025. And as you heard from one of our speakers earlier, requires the commitment of a lot of different people at a lot of different places within the organization. But it also requires leadership. And so thank you to the members of the search committee from across the system, as well as those who participated in the interviews and forums with the finalists. In addition to adding the new Chief Sustainability Officer, we're making great progress in sustainability across the system, in our teaching, in our research, in our service, and in our operations. I want to highlight for you the university's inaugural submission to the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings. This is sometimes referred to just as the impact rankings. This is a tool that enables higher education institutions from around the world to assess their impact relative to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or often abbreviated as SDGs. As you will recall, we incorporated 4 of the 17 SDGs into our metrics for the Impact 2025 strategic plan. In this first round, we now rank in the top 20 nationally, including being number 5 in the United States for our work related to SDG number 2, which is zero hunger, and number 2 for our work related to SDG number 3, which is good health and well-being. These rankings are a baseline that give us a good start for how we want to benchmark and improve in coming years. And in fact, yesterday, I flew home from meetings with the Aurora Network, which is a network of European universities funded by the European Commission, who are also committed to measuring their impact via the United Nations SDGs. We are the sole invited United States partner, specifically because of the way we've embraced the SDGs in our strategic plan. And there is a lot of tremendous activity that will yield outcomes greater than the sum of their parts in this work that we're all doing together. Members of the board, we continue to remain diligent in our public safety efforts, which are also reflected in our strategic plan and are centered in the prioritization of our students, our staff, our faculty, both on campus and in the neighborhoods surrounding campus. As part of our layered and comprehensive approach, we've taken some really important steps over recent weeks, including adding portable street lighting in Dinkytown, and we'll expand on that lighting. We have continued UMPD evening patrol assignments through the summer in Dinkytown. We have the Dinkytown safety guides. We've added the blue phone towers with cameras in 3 additional locations along the Dinkytown border. And we're working with UMPD on retention and hiring so that we can make sure that we have qualified applicants in demand for our open positions, as well as retention for our current officers and staff. We also recently announced the creation of a universal transit pass. This is a universal public transportation pass, which would provide all fee-paying undergraduate, graduate, and professional students, approximately 39,300 of our students, with unlimited, this is Twin Cities specific, I should say, with unlimited access to the Twin Cities transit system, increased access, therefore, by virtue of this pass, to health, care, food, arts, entertainment, culture, professional development, internship opportunities, as well as the potential to reduce students' transportation cost burden, our own carbon footprint, and advance our efforts to reduce food insecurity. We have an associated contract with Metro Transit that's currently being finalized and will be brought forward for your review over the summer. But I want to thank our student government leaders who've been advocates passionately for the Universal Transit Pass for many years, and for our colleagues in Parking and Transportation Services for their work in negotiating us to this point, both with Metro Transit and with all of our different stakeholders on campus. So some events that have happened since the last time we were together. We've had a lot of outreach and community engagement. We participated in the Northern Stars Student Remembrance event, the Golden Goldies. The senior leadership team had its spring retreat. The OED office had their spring DEI award ceremony. UMF sponsored a beautiful Masonic Cornerstone ceremony and the incredible Driven campaign celebration. And we had the Masonic Cancer Center's annual dinner. In partnership with the foundation, we hosted a Twin Cities Title IX event focused on our impact in that space. We welcomed United States President Joe Biden for the Mondale Memorial event and had visits on other events from the U.S. Department of the Interior Secretary Deb Haaland and U.S. Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Economic Development, Alejandra Castillo. We engaged with tribal leaders. We had meetings with St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter. I was at the Aurora Biennial in Austria until late last night, so apologies in advance for fatigue. We had media interviews for At the Table with Minnesota Daily and with the Minneapolis St. Paul Magazine. We had the University President's Roundtable in Washington, D.C., the Big Ten's Academic Leadership Program Session, University Senate System Council, Cabinet, EMPC. We met with our FARs, MSA, the MSA Forum, PSG, COGS, CSCC, PAC, SSCC, and FCC, along with UMS leadership. Say that 10 times fast, colleagues. We also met with alumni, donors, and university supporters in Phoenix and Palm Springs, and we met with several in Boston when we had the Gophers in the Frozen Four, as well as throwing out the first pitch for the University of Minnesota, that was jet lag, system day at the Twins, and attending the Gopher spring football game. I also joined state and national leaders in board service for the Big Ten, ACE, the Minnesota Business Partnerships Education Committee, the APLU's Economic and Development Community Engagement Committee, which I serve as commissioner for, the AAU conference in Washington, D.C., and as co-chair of their advisory board on racial equity. It's been a very active spring semester, and I'm very, very grateful for the opportunities we have to engage across our university community around the state, the country, and now internationally over recent weeks. And then, as is our tradition, I like to close with things that have made us UMN proud. So we have a shout out to the state of Minnesota and Special Olympics Minnesota for the announcement by Governor Walz at last Friday's press conference at Huntington Bank Stadium, announcing the Twin Cities campus as the host venue for the Special Olympics 2026 USA Games. And in a similar spirit, we had an announcement last month that the 2023 and 2024 Big Ten Women's Basketball Tournament and the 2024 Big Ten Men's Basketball Tournament will be played in Minneapolis at the Target Center. We're super excited to bring these marquee events here to Minnesota, just like we were able to do with the recent hosting of the NCAA Women's Basketball Final Four in April. A shout out to Professor Jean O'Brien for being elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and to our friend Michelle Gross, an incomparable leader and innovator in the arena of administrative policy and delegations, who is retiring from the U after 40 years of service. A shout out in advance to all of the faculty and other honorees who we will be acknowledging momentarily. And a shout out to our Fulbright scholars, as our Twin Cities campus was included in the 2021-2022 Fulbright program's top producing institutions, which is a testament to our deep commitment to international exchange and to building connections between people of the United States and people of other countries. And finally, as has become a practice, we would like to offer a video shout out. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much for that report, President Gable. Colleagues, will now skip forward to item 7, recognitions. This is where we will recognize University of Minnesota award recipients, National Academy inductees, National Scholarship recipients, and NCAA athletes. President Gable and Provost Carlson, I turn it over to you.
Yes.
Oh, do I go over there now?
Good morning, everyone. Well, this is a very happy moment for a lot of us, joyful ability to recognize in person and honor this remarkable group of university faculty, students, and staff who have all done so much and achieved in their own right and on behalf of this institution that we are so deeply committed to. So whether it be as a professorship, a scholarship, or an award, each and every single individual we're commending today has done so much that we celebrate on behalf of our whole community. Their countless contributions and service are driving world-class impact here at Minnesota and across the globe. So given that we have 11 different groups to acknowledge, I'll keep this short and turn it over to Provost Croson to begin.
Good morning and welcome everyone. I'm honored to be here today with President Gabel, Chair Powell, and the Board of Regents and members of our university community to recognize a number of outstanding faculty, staff, and students who have made particularly important contributions to the university this year. The list of all the award recipients who we'll be recognizing is provided in the agenda. On Tuesday evening, we held a larger celebration where many of these individuals were recognized, their research was described, and each had an opportunity to say a few words. It was a joyous occasion, and we all left inspired by the breadth and extent of talent and impact of these individuals, and full of optimism and hope for the future of our university. I'll ask each award recipient to wait in the audience until your name is announced. Then please to join Chair Powell and President Gabel at the Regent's seal for a photo. After the photo, please step to your right. Wait for the rest of the recipients of your award to be recognized. Finally, we'll pose for a group photo before walking around the horseshoe to greet the regents and then returning to your seat. Our first set of awards are the Distinguished McKnight University Professor Awards. These awards recognize and reward our most outstanding mid-career faculty. Recipients are honored with the title Distinguished McKnight University Professor, which they hold for as long as they remain at the university. They each also receive $120,000 to be expended over 5 years in support of their academic activities. The winners were chosen on the basis of their scholarly achievements and their potential for greater distinction within their field, the extent to which their achievements have brought distinction to the University of Minnesota, the quality of their teaching and advising, and their contributions to the wider community. There are 8 recipients this year. The first I'd like to bring forward is Mark Belmar from Applied Economics, College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences. Of course. Of course. Next is Elizabeth Borer, Ecology, Evolution, and Behavior, College of Biological Sciences. We'll get the rhythm down. Next is Alan Love, Department of Philosophy in the College of Liberal Arts. Next is Lee Penn in Department of Chemistry in the College of Science and Engineering. Yes. Next is Irina Stepanov, Environmental Health Sciences in the School of Public Health. And while we move to the group picture, I'll name 3 recipients who were not able to attend today. Julie Erdison in biology at the Swenson College of Science and Engineering at the University of Minnesota Duluth. Chris Kim, electrical and computer engineering in the College of Science and Engineering. And Claudia Scarlata, physics and astronomy in the College of Science and Engineering. Please join me in congratulating these distinguished McKnight University professors. Congratulations. Well deserved. Oh, we got one. Get on your stuff now. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. And now the McKnight Land Grant Professorship, which is a 2-year appointment that includes a research grant of $25,000 in each of 2 years, awarded to faculty on the tenure track who have significant accomplishments and great promise. There are 10 recipients this year. Martina Cardone, Electrical and Computer Engineering, College of Science and Engineering. Shui Feng, Civil, Environmental, and Geoengineering, College of Science and Engineering. Jacob Youngers, Agronomy and Plant Genetics, College of Food, Agricultural, and Natural Resource Sciences. Patrick Kelly, Physics and Astronomy, College of Science and Engineering. Noel Noyes, Veterinary Population Medicine, College of Veterinary Medicine. David Pershke, Chemical Engineering and Material Science, College of Science and Engineering. Xavier Ravello, Integrative Biology and Physiology from the Medical School. For 2 years. And 3 recipients who were not able to attend today: Adam Bledsoe, Geography, Environment, and Society in the College of Liberal Arts; Jason Kerwin, Applied Economics, College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences; and Michael Bennett McNulty, Department of Philosophy in the College of Liberal Arts. Please join me in congratulating our newest McKnight Land Grant professors. Next are the McKnight Presidential Fellows. This program awards $45,000 over 3 years to exceptional faculty who have been newly granted tenure and promotion to associate professor in order to recognize their accomplishments and support their ongoing research and scholarship. There are 6 recipients this year: Valerie Belair Gagnon, Journalism and Mass Communication in the College of Liberal Arts. Vivi Ganeshanathan, English, College of Liberal Arts. And 4 additional recipients who were not able to attend today: Carrie Henning Smith, Health Policy and Management, School of Public Health; Alexander Opitz, Biomedical Engineering, College of Science and Engineering; Hyun-Soo Park, Computer Science Engineering, College of Science and Engineering; and Talvin Wilkins, Theater Arts and Dance in the College of Liberal Arts. Please join me in congratulating our newest McKnight Presidential Fellows.
One more.
Now, we would like to recognize faculty who were inducted into the National Academies or received other major awards. First are new members of the National Academy of Sciences, who are elected in recognition of their distinguished and continuing achievements in original research. Membership is a widely accepted mark of excellence in science and is considered one of the highest honors that a scientist can achieve. We have 3 inductees this year, one of whom is available to join us today, Larry Kay, Chemistry, Science and Engineering. The other 2 new inductees are Megan Gunner, Institute of Child Development, College of Education and Human Development, and Kristen Hoquist, Laboratory Medicine and Pathology in the Medical School. We also have 1 new inductee into the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. As one of the nation's oldest learned societies and independent policy research groups, the Academy convenes leaders from the academic, business, and government sectors to address critical challenges facing our global society. Through studies, publications, and programs, the Academy provides authoritative and nonpartisan policy advice to decision makers in government, academia, and the private sector. This year's new member is Jean O'Brien in the Department of History in the College of Liberal Arts. It's a different conversation. Finally, we have a new Guggenheim Fellow. Guggenheim Fellowships are intended for mid-career individuals who have demonstrated exceptional capacity for productive scholarship or exceptional creative activity in the arts and exhibit great promise for future endeavors. Please join me in congratulating Brenda Child, Northrop Professor of American Studies in the College of Liberal Arts. Now we would like to honor those who have been named to the university's Academy of Distinguished Teachers. Individuals are chosen in recognition of their outstanding contributions to education by receiving one of 2 awards and carry the designation of Distinguished University Teaching Professor for faculty or Distinguished University Teacher for academic professionals throughout their careers at the University of Minnesota. First, we recognize the recipients of the Horace T. Morse University of Minnesota Alumni Association Award for outstanding contributions to undergraduate education. Each year since 1965, the University of Minnesota has recognized exceptional teachers for their outstanding contributions to undergraduate education. This $15,000 award recognizes excellence in contributions to student learning through teaching, research, creative activities, advising, academic program development, and educational leadership. This award represents the highest recognition of the university community of its most distinguished teacher scholars. This year, we recognize a number of awardees. Jesse Barnett, Center for Learning Innovation, University of Minnesota, Rochester. but perhaps the storm prevented him from making it. So next we have Barbara Fry, Institute for Global Studies, College of Liberal Arts. Haruna Maiga, Agricultural Natural Resources, University of Minnesota, Crookston. Ruby Nguyen, Division of Epidemiology and Community Health in the School of Public Health. Jennifer Rothschild, Gender, Women, and Sexuality Studies, Division of Social Science, University of Minnesota Morris. Kathleen Seifert, Educational Psychology, College of Education and Human Development. And 5 award winners who could not be with us today: David Orser, Electrical and Computer Engineering, College of Science and Engineering; David Karjinan, American Studies, College of Liberal Arts; Benjamin Munson, Speech Language Hearing Sciences in the College of Liberal Arts; David Safner, Civil Engineering in the Swenson College of Science and Engineering, University of Minnesota Duluth; and Talvin Wilkes, Theater Arts and Dance at the College of Liberal Arts. Please join me in congratulating the recipients of this year's Horace T. Morse Alumni Award for outstanding contributions in undergraduate education. Next are the recipients of the award for outstanding contributions to graduate and professional education. In 1996, the Senate Committee on Educational Policy requested the establishment of an award for graduate and professional teaching that would parallel the Morse Award for undergraduate teaching. SCEP and the provost at that time established this award, also $15,000, which recognizes faculty members for excellence in instruction, instructional program development, intellectual distinction, advising and mentoring, and involvement of students in research, scholarship, and professional development. The recipients of this award are Mark Belmar from Applied Economics, College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Kat Hayes from Anthropology in the College of Liberal Arts. Brad Holshoe, Design, Housing, and Apparel in the College of Design. Sharon Jasna, Ecology, Evolution, and Behavior in the College of Biological Sciences. Nikos Papanikolaopoulos, Computer Science and Engineering, College of Science and Engineering at the Twin Cities. Amy Pittenger, Pharmaceutical Care and Health Systems, College of Pharmacy. Michael Silverman, Department of Music, College of Liberal Arts. And one additional award winner who couldn't be with us today, Francis Vabrus, Organizational Leadership, Policy, and Development in the College of Education and Human Development. Please join me in congratulating the recipients of this year's Outstanding Contributions to Graduate and Professional Education Awards.
Two more. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next award is the John Tate Award for Excellence in Undergraduate Advising. This award is named in honor of John Tate, Professor of Physics, First Dean of University College from 1930 to 1941. The Tate Awards recognize and reward high-quality academic advising and call attention to the contributions academic advising makes to helping students formulate and achieve their intellectual, career, and personal goals. The recipients of this award include Vincent Barnett, Director of Undergraduate Studies and Assistant Professor of Integrative Biology and Physiology in the College of Liberal Arts. And 3 additional award winners who could not be with us today: Michelle Hatcher, the advising director and associate to the Dean's College of Swenson College of Science and Engineering at Duluth; Alexander Hines, director of Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Oh, Alexander Hines is here. Alexander Hines, director of Justice. That's good. While we're taking the picture, I'll read all of his titles. Director of Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and President's Emerging Scholars Programs, College of Liberal Arts. And another recipient who couldn't be here, I think, Don Riley, coordinator of Student Progress and Retention, College of Education and Human Development. Please join me in congratulating the recipients of this year's John Tate Awards for Excellence in Undergraduate Advising. Glad you're here. Our next award is the Outstanding Community Service Award, which recognizes contributions and accomplishments of faculty, staff, or university-affiliated community members who have devoted their time and talent to make substantial, enduring contributions to the broader community and to improve public life and the well-being of society. This award is grounded in the mission of the university as a publicly engaged institution. The recipients of this award this year have engaged in work that has improved the lives of countless people in critical and lasting ways at the local, state, national, and international levels. The recipient of the Staff Award this year is Kelly Thomas, Senior Undergraduate Academic Advisor, Department of Computer Science, College of Science and Engineering. And 3 others who could not be here today, unless I'm corrected. Recipient of the Faculty Award, Mary Rogers, Associate Professor, Department of Horticultural Sciences, College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences. Recipient of the Student Award, Jabari Jones, PhD student in the St. Anthony Falls Laboratory and Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences in the College of Science and Engineering. And recipient of the Community Partner Award, Veronica Kingbird Brotvolt, Assistant Professor of Indigenous Sustainability Studies at Bemidji State University. Please join me in congratulating this year's recipients of the Outstanding Community Service Award. Now, the National Scholarship recipients. First, the recipient of the Churchill Scholarship, who is not able to be with us today, Anika Hurdle, Ecology, Evolution, and Behavior, College of Biological Sciences. Next, the recipients of the Fulbright Awards, Lily Bratz, Political Science, Global Studies, Spanish, College of Liberal Arts. Fisher Chu, Elementary Education, College of Education and Human Development. Maybe not here. Elise Eckert, Political Science, Sociology, College of Liberal Arts. Kuratul N. Ghulam Hussain, Psychology from the Graduate School at the Twin Cities campus. Oh, wait, picture. Picture. Gultaran Johal, Political Science and Sociology in the College of Liberal Arts. Benjamin Jorgensen from Public Health Epidemiology in Graduate School. Vanessa Voller, Organizational Leadership, Policy and Development in the Graduate School. And Rose Shang, Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, College of Liberal Arts. And we had a few more Fulbright recipients who were not able to attend today. Carly Cervantes de Blo in the History of Science, Technology, and Medicine in the Graduate School as well. John Deek in the Department of History. Anika Hurdle, Ecology, Evolution, and Behavior in the College of Biological Sciences. Nadia Huffman in the Department of Economics in the College of Liberal Arts. Katie Nichols in the Department of Anthropology in the College of Liberal Arts. Juliette Paulson, Asian and Middle Eastern Studies and Anthropology and History in the College of Liberal Arts. And Julian Robles, Creative Writing in the Graduate School. Please join me in congratulating all of these fellows. And now the recipients of the Goldwater Scholarship. We have two recipients. I think they're both here today. Madeline Blake from Neuroscience in the College of Biological Science. And Sarah Tank in Chemical Engineering, College of Science Engineering. Please join me in congratulating the recipients of this year's National Scholarships. President Gabel, I now turn the podium to you to present the remainder of the awards.
Thank you, Provost Croson. So next up, we have the President's Community Engaged Scholar Award. This award recognizes one faculty or P&A individual annually for commendable engaged scholarship in their field of inquiry. The recipients have established an indelible academic career that embodies the University of Minnesota's definition of public engagement. Unfortunately, this year's recipient is not able to be here today, but please join me in congratulating Olihe Okoro, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice and Pharmaceutical Sciences, College of Pharmacy. So our next group is the President's Award for Outstanding Service. So awardees, I'll just say in advance, we're not going to do the individual photo. We do a group photo for this one in terms of the awkward shuffle at the front. So the recipients, I'm very happy to share, of the 2022 President's Award for Outstanding Service are outstanding, as one might expect with such an award. This award was established in 1997 to recognize faculty and staff who've provided exceptional service to the University of Minnesota. It honors active or retired faculty or staff members who have gone well beyond their regular duties, exhibited dedication, and contributed excellence to the university community. I'd like to invite the recipients to join us at the front of the room as I call their names. Lisa Irwin, Vice Chancellor for Student Life and Dean of Students, Division of Student Life, Office of the Chancellor, Duluth. John Finnegan Jr., Professor and Dean Emeritus, School of Public Health, Twin Cities. I'll call her by her full name. Catherine Hayes, Associate Professor, Department of Anthropology, College of Liberal Arts, Twin Cities. Joseph Constant, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and Associate Dean for Research, College of Science and Engineering, Twin Cities. Catherine Pearson, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, College of Liberal Arts, Twin Cities. Chuck Tomlinson, Director of Operations, Department of Chemistry, College of Science and Engineering, Twin Cities. Keisha Varma, Associate Professor, Department of Educational Psychology, College of Education and Human Development, and Associate Vice Provost, Office for Equity and Diversity, Twin Cities. And last but not least, Rolf Weberg, Executive Director, Natural Resources Research Institute, Duluth.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh my gosh. Colleagues, with sincerest apologies, we missed one. Please join me in congratulating Paul Vertuccio, Service Coordinator, Health Sciences Classroom Services, Twin Cities. So sorry. As they go around the horseshoe, there were several recipients who were not able to be here today. Christina Gallup, Associate Professor, Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences, Swenson College of Science and Engineering, Duluth. Dwayne Johnson, Buyer and Catalog Administrator for U Market Services, Auxiliary Services, Twin Cities. Kelsey Torgerson, STEM Academic Advisor, Student Success Center, Crookston. Please join me as they go around. One more round of applause for all of our winners there. It's goosey. All right, our last category, our NCAA champions. Our final recognitions this morning are for our student athletes who have either won an NCAA championship or a National Athlete of the Year award during the 2021-2022 academic year. Unfortunately, they are not able to be here in person today. Their certificates will be mailed to them. So our individual NCAA champions are Sarah Bacon for women's 3-meter diving, Twin Cities campus, Gable Stevenson for heavyweight wrestling, Twin Cities campus, and Max McHugh for men's swimming 100-yard breaststroke, Twin Cities campus. And we have 2 National Athletes of the Year. Taylor Heisey is the recipient of the Patty Kazmaier Memorial Award, an award of the USA Hockey Foundation. The Patty Kazmaier Memorial Award was established in 1998 and is presented annually to the top player in NCAA Division I women's hockey. And Gable Stevenson is the recipient of the Dan Hodge Trophy, which honors the top college wrestler every year. It was established in 1995 and is named after the legendary Dan Hodge, who is an NCAA champion, Olympic medalist, multiple-time NWA champion, and ambassador for the sport of wrestling. Please let's congratulate them and all of our award winners today.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of our award recipients, colleagues. I'm going to take a short 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene back to where we were in the agenda. Okay. Recess is over. We'll move back to our agenda. We were at the report of the chair. I just want to make a few comments. First of all, just to note that this is a very celebratory time of the year for us when we, as we have just done, highlighting all the amazing accomplishments of our students, our faculty, and it just reminds us what a great place this is and the incredible work that is accomplished at this university over the past year. Let me also note that commencements are very well underway now. We're celebrating recent graduates across the system in nearly 30 unique commencement ceremonies. Conferring degrees is one of those very wonderful duties reserved for regents. For me, it's a favorite. It is very exciting to see our students graduate surrounded by their family, friends, faculty, and everyone else who's supported them through their academic journey. So I know on behalf of all of us, congratulations to every single one of our graduating students, and we wish you the very best in your future pursuits. And I'll conclude my report by announcing the appointment of the Presidential Performance Review Committee, which we do every year at this time. It's always established in May for the purpose of evaluating the performance of the president. The chair is the committee is the chair of the board, and the vice chair is the vice chair of the board, and with a third member. So accordingly, this year the committee is comprised of Regent Swigum, Regent Johnson, and me. I will act as chair, and we will deliver our report to this board in July. That concludes my comments. We'll turn to the next agenda item, which is number 5, receiving and filing reports. This month, we have the review of the president's delegations, and that is included in the docket material. Next, we'll consider the consent report. Is there a motion to approve the consent report?
Move to approve.
And second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the consent report, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. All right, that motion is approved. Turning to item 8, this item is the conclusion of our series on diversity, equity, and inclusion. This time focused on the Duluth campus. Joining us are Vice President for Equity and Diversity, Michael Go, and Chancellor Lynn Black. Thanks to both of you for being with us today. The floor is yours. So we can
Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, President Gable, members of the board, thank you for another opportunity to update you on our efforts around diversity, equity, and inclusion around the system. Just to recap a little bit about our framing, we have a phrase where we say diversity at the University of Minnesota has to be everyone's everyday work. In terms of MPACT 2025, diversity, equity, and inclusion is certainly infused into every aspect of all the commitments, but lives out and is enacted most in Commitment 4, which will be the focus of our presentation today, commitment and belonging, which is how the 3 pillars, the 3 action items of representation, climate, and partnerships are best demonstrated in the metrics. To also recap, we began this series in October with a presentation and update about the Twin Cities campus. In December, we presented the Rochester update. In March, we presented the Crookston and Morris updates, and we're pleased to bring you the update about the Duluth campus today. And for that purpose, I'm very pleased to be joined by Chancellor Lynn Black and Chief Marketing and Public Relations Officer Lynn Williams from the Duluth campus, who will be assisting us. Before I hand this over to Chancellor Black, Chair Powell, with your permission, you mentioned how celebratory today is. I just want to acknowledge, as many of you are aware, the retirement of Chancellor Black for 12 years of his service. I've been privileged to partner with you, Chancellor Black, in the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you for your efforts, for your dedication, for your service, for your vision. You have outlasted 3 senior diversity officers in this challenge, which reflects how much this is a work in progress, and this is a labor and a journey rather than a destination. So thank you, Chancellor Black. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Well, just thank you, Vice President Go, for that. And we echo those congratulations, and we'll have other opportunities also to wish you well. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much, Michael and Chair Powell and President Gable, members of the board. It really is an honor for me to be here with you today to present along with my friend and colleague, Michael Go. One of my chief assistants, Lynn Williams, is going to run the slides for me. And I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to share with you the diversity, equity, and inclusion accomplishments, successes, and challenges UMD has experienced over the past 12 years after I joined UMD as Chancellor in August of 2010. Also in the audience, backing me up if needed, is Susanna Pelayo Woodward, Director of the UMD Office of Diversity and Inclusion and of the UMD Multicultural Center. She also serves as Assistant to the Chancellor for Inclusive Excellence. In addition, I want to acknowledge Dr. Amy Haitapelto, our Interim Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Dr. Lisa Irwin, our Vice Chancellor for Student Life and Dean of Students, and also Sue Bozell, our Interim Vice Chancellor for Finance and Operations. They have all helped me in preparing this presentation. So as I begin this morning, I want to share an example of DEI student success, because often it is the student stories of achievements that are most impactful to us. Pictured here is Percibel Berhane, a UMD recent alumna who joined us first as an undergraduate student and then took advantage of the +1 BA to MBA program, which gave her both bachelor's and master's degrees in 5 years with us. As a student, Percibel was actively engaged in student organizations and in the Multicultural Center. She was also an intern with the Women's Resource and Action Center and an advocate for PAVSA, the Program for Aid to Victims of Sexual Assault. Percibel was an undergraduate honor student majoring in business entrepreneurship. For her university honors capstone showcase, she presented on the impacts of coffee production on the growth of Ethiopia's economy and focused on the power and purchasing value of coffee as a commodity, along with the potential negative effects of its production, the effects its production can have on farmers. She worked with the Duluth Coffee Company on her student research while a student at UMD. After graduation, she established her own coffee business and became the founder and CEO of Heirloom Kaffa Company, headquartered here in the Twin Cities. It features Ethiopian coffee, and her business's website describes itself this way: Heirloom Kaffa Company is founded on the idea that our connections to the sources of our beings are vital to having a transparent, impactful business model. Every transaction we make factors the most important elements of our business, people. By supporting the livelihoods of farmers, not only are we providing great quality, but we are also harvesting and honoring tradition and boosting the Ethiopian economy for the next generation. We are so proud of Percibel and students like her. Both her work as a UMD student and her successful business are wonderful examples of creative entrepreneurship that focuses on the welfare of people and also improves the livelihoods and lives of Ethiopians. In this UMD presentation, we're following a similar framework as my colleagues on the other 4 campuses in their DEI presentations last fall and this spring. And as we begin today with this slide, which we showed you last summer when we presented about the distinctiveness of UMD and how we leverage our unique qualities to support the strategic priorities of the University of Minnesota system. The difference in this slide and the one we showed you this summer is that it highlights community and belonging and UMD's strategic goal 2, which is the foundation of our DEI efforts. At the top of this slide, you see the Impact 2025 commitments, and beneath those, you see where each of UMD's strategic priorities align with the system-wide strategic plan. Today, I look forward to sharing with you what UMD has been doing in support of Commitment 4, community and belonging. As you can see from this timetable, diversity, equity, and inclusion have been major priorities for me and my administration for several years. In August of 2010, we began a major campus initiative to create an inclusive campus climate for all who learn and work at UMD, and to create a comprehensive roadmap for our campus. UMD created a new DEI organizational structure that I'll review with you in just a minute. UMD's first comprehensive strategic plan was approved in the summer of 2011, with DEI as the major focus of one of the plan's 6 goals. And this work was also embedded into the other 5 goals as well. The results of the campus climate surveys we conducted over the years were shared with the campus, and action was taken on these results. For example, after both the 2013 and 2015 surveys, as results were shared, ideas were gathered throughout campus through campus climate idea sessions with faculty, staff, and students. And then steps were further taken to refine the campus climate process and action steps. Over this time, UMD received 3 equity and diversity awards by the University of Minnesota system. And I am pleased to report that just last week, the Swenson College of Science and Engineering received a Spring 2022 Outstanding Unit Award for Equity and Diversity for their continued efforts. When we began this work, UMD created an organizational structure to support and sustain campus climate change and integrate it throughout campus. This structure includes a leadership team that provides oversight to the efforts and helps address structural change. The campus change team consists of leads from 15 unit change teams that are embedded and spread across UMD. These teams identify DEI opportunities within their local departments and units and drive local actions, as well as campus-wide actions in partnership with other unit change teams. There are multiple layers to provide access to campus community members with purposeful cascading of communication among groups. A campus climate response team was later created parallel to this new structure to respond to significant issues or incidents that degrade or threaten the campus climate. This cross-functional team was created in 2012 as a result of input from the campus community. In addition to responding to incidents, they conduct regular reviews of the campus climate data to analyze how incidents are handled, identify trends and patterns occurring over time, and make recommendations for improvement. They also mobilize themselves quickly when an incident happens to shorten response times and to support those affected. In the summer of 2020, after the killing of George Floyd, with collaboration of several faculty and staff members, I established 7 DEI action steps, which you see here. Each one has a responsible party and a specific timeline attached to it. These action steps were developed around UMD's strategic priorities and grew out of input that I received from faculty, staff, and students. They cover key DEI areas such as public safety, academics, and student life. Each of these action items relate and map to the impact, community, and belonging commitments, and also cross over into other impact commitment areas. In a few minutes, I'll dive into more detail about some of these action steps. But before I do, I thought it would be helpful to set the stage a bit and show you a few key data points around BIPOC student recruitment and retention at UMD. This image shows the last 10 years of BIPOC undergraduate student enrollment on our campus. In this graph, you can also see BIPOC subpopulations for each year. The green line across the top shows the percentage of BIPOC students in our overall undergraduate enrollment. Following this line, you can see that the representation of undergraduate BIPOC students has increased from 9% in 2012 to 14% in 2021. On this graph, the first column for each year represents the 4- and 6-year graduation rates stacked together in one bar for BIPOC students, and the bar next to it shows the 4- and 6-year graduation rates for white students that same year. The gap in graduation rates between BIPOC and white students continues to be a concern. Both the 4-year and 6-year graduation equity gaps have varied over the past 10 years, but we are encouraged by the narrowing of the gap in the 2016 and 2017 cohorts. While this improvement is promising, as you can see on this visual, we still have gaps that are too large in the graduation rate of our BIPOC students, and narrowing these gaps continues to be a major focus. So, how are we attacking these and other BIPOC challenges? I'll first return to some of the DEI action steps that I showed you earlier. These initiatives were created to address the challenges, BIPOC challenges, and we are continually adding more initiatives. In terms of faculty recruitment and retention, a campus-wide task force chaired by Dean Wendy Reed has begun its work to assess how UMD can recruit diverse faculty throughout the UMD academic units, including deploying a cluster hire approach for recruiting and hiring faculty. Recommendations will soon be submitted to the Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Next year, a second task force will focus on strategies around retention of diverse faculty. The work of these two task forces supplement many other actions happening in the departments and colleges throughout UMD. One example of a new strategy which is underway already is funded by a multi-million-dollar private gift UMD recently received, which will allow us to establish an endowed chair and additional professorships in the Swenson College of Science and Engineering. This gift allows flexibility to use these professorships and chairs in various ways to further college goals. Currently, Dean Reed chose to use these renewable professorships to recruit and hire Swenson College faculty who are incorporating justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion in their teaching, research, and service programs. The DEI learning communities are grassroots efforts started by faculty and staff, which create a network of mutual support for faculty and staff. In addition, they regularly meet with UMD administrators to discuss challenges and opportunities. A few examples of these learning communities include Employees of Color, an American Indian group, Anti-Racist Learning Community, Intercultural Pedagogy Community of Practice, and Courage to Teach communities, which evolved from regular DEI workshops. On the student side, the Office of Diversity and Inclusion oversees the Multicultural Center and leads several projects. One of these is the CORE Ambassadors Program, which provides an opportunity for current students to engage with prospective students. Student ambassadors from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion lead campus tours and share their college experience. This approach allows prospective students to learn about college life through direct interaction with UMD BIPOC students. This service exists with the intention to increase the number of BIPOC students attending UMD. And every semester, they host groups of BIPOC students from Duluth high schools, from the Twin Cities high schools, from post-secondary programs, community colleges, and community centers. As well, in 2019, we remodeled the Multicultural Center, creating a more welcoming, comfortable, and engaging space for our students. With a long history of success, our American Indian Learning Resource Center's mission is to increase the recruitment and retention of American Indian and Alaskan Native students and promote a more culturally diverse campus environment. The Resource Center offers a variety of programming for students, including the first ever Ojibwe Winter Games, the Moccasin Games, Paint and Sip with a local Native artist, a successful in-person fall and spring feast, Orange Shirt Remembrance Day for those affected by boarding schools, and the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women event with the Duluth community. The American Indian Learning Resource Center acts as a co-advisor for the reestablished ISO, which is the Indigenous Student Organization, which helps give tours to Native American prospective students. The center uses a recruitment calendar to target the local high schools and tribal colleges, along with plans to have an event for Native Indigenous students each month. With the new director of the American Indian Learning Resource Center, we are looking forward to continued progress on previous initiatives, as well as new ones that will take the impact of the center to higher achievements. In regards to the impact commitment to develop education and training to increase intercultural competence and interactional diversity, we have several efforts underway with some great progress. As examples, I'll go into more detail about 3 of these areas. We launched a diversity, inclusion, and belonging online training program in fall of 2020 for all current faculty and staff. All new employees are also asked to take this training. Right now, we have a 90% faculty and staff completion. We continue to follow up with those who have not yet completed the training. As well, students in our 100-level first-year seminar program also go through this comprehensive online training module. Assessment students take before and after the course help us measure their comprehension and knowledge of topics related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Excuse me. In this slide, you can see the student knowledge gain in students after taking this first-year seminar in 5 key areas: DEI definitions, oppression, active listening, inclusion and respect, and identities and othering. As the graph shows, each area saw improvement after students took this course. As part of the 2020 and 2021 DEI impact report, students were surveyed to respond to prompts if they felt they had improved in areas listed here as results of many aspects of DEI training they had received. More than 75% of student participants reported seeing improvement in key areas that support DEI growth: the use of active listening skills, interest in learning more about DEI, preparedness to engage in ally behavior, ability to communicate respectfully with others, understanding the importance of self-care, openness to interaction with people who are different from me. Each semester, we offer faculty and staff workshops on implicit bias and microaggressions. Staff and faculty are also invited to complete the online Managing Bias module. We are building on the great work that has been done on our campus to promote bystander intervention training. Bystander intervention is recognizing a potentially harmful situation or interaction and choosing to respond in a way that could positively influence or change the outcome. We are actively promoting bystander intervention as a strategy to address and hopefully prevent harmful acts that damage our campus climate. Already a part of system and UMD training for faculty, staff, and students for fall of 2022, we are working to further explore these concepts in new spaces, such as additional courses, resident assistant training, and faculty and staff onboarding. The Intercultural Leadership Development Initiative, or ILD, was launched in 2012. Since then, 19 cohorts each with around 18 UMD faculty, staff, and administrators, have participated in a 4.5-day intercultural leadership development program. This project is delivered through a cohort model, about 18 participants in an off-site workshop or retreat setting. In June of 2019, faculty and staff who had participated in an ILD cohort also participated in a ripple effects mapping process to collect information on the impacts of the program. The following 5 themes emerged from the ripple effects mapping process: catalyzing and nurturing personal journeys and growth, changing the way we work by mobilizing action and using tools, reshaping campus climate by transforming culture and systems, taking diversity and equity work beyond campus boundaries, and creating and deepening connections. UMD offers Office of Equity and Diversity ECHO workshops every semester to faculty and staff. ECHO stands for Equity Certificates Hosted Online. In addition, since 2003, UMD has proudly hosted the annual Summit on Equity, Race, and Ethnicity, a summit providing great sessions, speakers, and development opportunities for members not only of our campus, but all system campuses, as well as the broader community. This annual event is organized by UMD's Commission on Equity, Race, and Ethnicity. I'm very pleased to report that we have made great progress in incorporating DEI into our liberal education core curriculum. A new category of theorizing race, power, and justice has been created, and students will be required to complete a course within the category. Our faculty have approved learning outcomes as well. This process has been comprehensive and done with generous input. Excuse me. Has been done with generous input among advisory committees, including Faculty Senate, the Employees of Color and American Indian Group, the Anti-Racism Committee, and the Curriculum and Liberal Arts Education subcommittees. Courses are now being developed, and we expect them to go through the curricular review process next academic year, so that our new requirement will begin in fall of 2023. There are several other examples in the colleges throughout UMD of integrating new DEI content into courses and sharing this new content with other faculty members. We know that rounding out the experience both in and outside the classroom is critical to the learning environment. On the co-curricular side, we are focused on building and assessing DEI-related programming. Our student life educators have worked with student organizations for them to tag identified student events and programs with a DEI component so that the students can readily find them. From there, they are developing benchmarks and annual reports to assess engagement and impact of these experiences. Our next step in this work is to develop a co-curricular record so that students can further document their DEI involvement. So I hope that you can see from this that our UMD focus consists of a web of activities that include training, academic reform, and co-curricular efforts. It's important for all 3 of these areas to work together and reinforce each other. In another commitment area, we have efforts underway to strengthen our already strong collaborative relations with tribal nations. UMD has reestablished our American Indian Advisory Board with 10 local tribal and community members from Fond du Lac, Bois Forte, and Grand Portage. Both tribal leaders and education leaders of these 3 tribal nations serve on the board, along with the president and other leaders of the Fond du Lac Tribal and Community College. This board meets with the chancellor 3 times a year to discuss educational issues and interests concerning these tribal nations and the successes and challenges of Native students at UMD. UMD also continues to excel in creative, innovative American Indian academic program with a national reach. These programs include a BA, major, and minor in American Indian Studies, bachelor and master's degrees in tribal administration and governance, a master of tribal resource and environment leadership, and a number of certificates. For example, a tribal sovereignty and federal law as one example. The creation of these unique degree programs was done in collaboration with tribal nations to help assess and address some of their most pressing needs. So while we have made good progress in this work, it is difficult, it is time consuming, and never completed. However, we will continue to push forward the efforts I talked about today and many new ones. We continue to have challenges in our retention and graduation rates of BIPOC students. We recognize this and we are committed to continue to improve it. Faculty, staff, and students recruitment and their retention needs to continue to be a focal point for the Duluth campus. As BIPOC student numbers have increased over the past years, BIPOC faculty and staff have also increased. From 2012 to 2021, the total number of UMD employees decreased by a head count of 1,882 to 1,726. But during the same period, BIPOC employees actually increased from 176, which was about 9%, to 215, about 12.5%. The employee BIPOC percentages are still smaller than they should be, although we're pleased to see the increase. And UMD needs to stay diligent in addressing these challenges also. We have strong collaborations with other local educational institutions for access to critical McNair and TRIO programs for our students. We are renewing our partnership with the College of St. Scholastica for both of these programs, while we continue to pursue grant funding and approval to have these programs on our campus. Unfortunately, our previous multiple applications for these programs have been denied, in large part because of our proximity to existing programs at St. Scholastica, which is right down the street, and the University of Wisconsin-Superior, which is right across the lake, and the fact that the Twin Cities already has these programs which some of our students can take advantage of. So thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you today and talk about UMD and our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. I'm both pleased and frustrated with the progress we have made, and also understand that there is much more to do and this work is always ongoing. Thank you to this board and university leadership for your continued support of this work and for making this a priority for all of our campus communities. So now Michael and I stand available to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Black and VP Go. And while we're waiting for a few hands to go up here, I want to jump in with a question that takes advantage of your leadership in this area, which has gone on for many, many years. You've seen a lot here, and you've led us through it. As you reflect back, on the longer arc of this work, what would you say is really where you see the areas of greatest progress? What do you think has changed the most, and where we've gotten the most done? And you mentioned some challenges, so I know maybe the other part of it, but just if you were going to say, hey, look, here's our single biggest opportunity as we go forward. So I'm just looking for, you've been doing this a long time. We'd value, your kind of thoughts on the longer arc.
Well, thank you, Chair Powell. I really appreciate the question. I also apologize for my throat today. My seasonal allergies kicked in when I came to the Twin Cities the other day. And, I didn't realize grass was growing and flowers were blooming, and, until I drove down here. So
I've got an extra Zyrtec.
No, thanks. I think one of the things I'm most proud of is that when I first came to UMD, and one of the reasons I started this effort as soon as I got on campus, was that the BIPOC community and the white community on campus was really fractured in some ways. They had dealt with some challenging events the previous year, which I think the previous chancellor handled as well as she could. and through multiple efforts, but there was still a lot of healing that needed to happen. And so one of the reasons we had these summits, I think second week on campus, was to bring the community together and really focus on what could we do. We brought in national consultants to help us. And so as a result of that, that's when we first formed this campus climate structure. So I think, and obviously that continues today. Now, should it be continually looked at? Yes, because as much as we've tried, there are still areas where we do not communicate well with each other. And certainly on every day on our campus, there are incidents that truly, as much as I say publicly, they're unacceptable, they still happen. And partly because of people who they are, because of the backgrounds they bring to us, and partly because the national climate, quite frankly, has intensified these things the last few years. So, but I do think that sense of community has been helpful. We've also owned things, and I talked about them quite openly when I first got there. I continue to talk about them in terms of things that need to be addressed. So I think that's probably the things I'm most proud of. The real opportunity still and for the next chancellor it really is around the area of greater recruitment and retention. Now, I showed you the graphs.
Faculty.
Excuse me?
You're talking about faculty?
Faculty, staff, and students in all areas. I mean, I showed you the graphs that showed improvement in the areas, but I don't really show them with a lot of pride. I mean, I'm pleased that they're increasing, but the numbers are still much smaller than they should be. But we've got the people to do it, and we've got, we could always use more resources. We could always do better, do things differently, but we're very open about the challenges and bring in as much help as we can. There's also been even more of a grassroots effort, which helps. I mentioned some of the grassroots efforts in the presentation. There's also been another group of faculty and staff, driven primarily by faculty, which has formed these various groups to focus on different DEI issues. And they're doing a really interesting job and have invited me and other administrators to speak with them about what they're discovering. And so there's a lot of energy still, and people are tired, they're frustrated, but they're also persistent. And so I'm optimistic about the future of UMD in this area.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Chancellor Black and President Go. I think I got a question for each of you, and we'll start with you, Chancellor Black. So one of your hallmarks up in Duluth has been your commitment to engage not only the private sector, but the not-for-profit sector and the businesses and entities that make up the community around UMD. And you've done that both with your advisory council, I know, and you've done a couple of our original strategic plan that was heavily informed from the outside, and I've always commended you for that. My question is, how supportive and how in sync do you feel that community is in Duluth as you try to move these sorts of initiatives forward? Do you find a partner? Do you find partners? Do you find resistance? Do you find some moving faster than you? Curious about your observations. Again, like Ken said, over a pretty long arc, that's something we want to learn from. And while you're thinking about that answer, Vice President Go, my question for you would be, having now heard 4 of these from our system, how do you synthesize and think about what, best practices, biggest challenges, highest bars to try to cross, and what can you learn from one as you think about a system approach? So I hope that made sense, Chancellor Black, what I started with you on.
Yeah. Well, Chair Powell, Regent McMillan, and all regents appreciate the question. I think generally, and if this answer is not good enough, I'm sure Susanna will come up and help me, because she's incredibly involved in the community in many, many ways. But I think generally the community is quite supportive. of the efforts. And quite frankly, the Duluth community is going through much of this on their own. In fact, generally, our numbers look better than the community as a whole. And so, but I've not gotten any strong resistance in the community from what we're doing. And I think from Mayor Larson throughout other areas and with, we have very active and NAACP group. We have groups that are formed around Clayton Jackson McGee Memorial and its ongoing efforts to look at Duluth's troubled past and to continue to do something about it. We have a lot of, I mentioned the Summit on Equity, Diversity, Race, Equity, Diversity, and we have a lot of community members, BIPOC as well as others, who attend that summit. And then we also try to attend their activities as well. As I mentioned, Susanna is probably attends the most and keeps me informed about the pulse of the community and things going on. So I think I've not gotten any resistance. They don't always like what I do. Let me point that out though, which is okay. And I've learned from that as well.
Thank you.
VP Go, please.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Chair McMillan, Regent McMillan, thank you for the question. As we got together, I think early fall last year, as with the chancellors, with the provost, to start thinking about how we wanted to present this. I wish I could say that we had the crystal ball that the content, the subject matter, the substance would look the way it did. And I'm proud of that because while central, if you will, the Office for Equity and Diversity tries to provide a scaffolding, a framework guided by MPACT 2025, each campus has very different elements that they chose to present and to highlight. You will find as you review all 5 campus presentations that every single action item in MPACT 2025 has been addressed in our presentations. We didn't think we would, but we have. But we all approached it somewhat differently. The National Association for Diversity Officers in Higher Education has come up with a wheel comprising 10 elements that need to be addressed in order to derive diversity, equity, inclusion, excellence, if you will, anti-racist campuses, if you will. All our components of representation, of climate, of partnerships reside within that wheel. So it's affirming that a national model affirms the approach we are taking. But I think what we continue to be proud of is how each campus has foundation on the principles for how we need to approach equity, diversity, and inclusion in order to achieve a desired outcome, whether it's education, whether it's resources, whether it's organizational structure, addressing campus climate. We have all the ingredients, but I think each campus has a unique approach that we want to support. We are also looking forward, even in the next few weeks, if not a month from now, receiving the final report of our external review from Cambridge Hill Partners that I announced in October, that will give us a summary of our DEI efforts, mapping out in terms of what we do well, where there are gaps, how it aligns to MPACT 2025, also with recommendations on whether we are appropriately organized as an Office for Equity and Diversity and appropriately organized, efficiently organized as a system. So we hope to gain even from our efforts, having moved forward and trying to enact MPACT 2025 beyond words to taking actions and delivering some actionable results in these 6-8 months that we've been presenting to you. And I think the best is yet to be, but I think we are on the correct path with increased collaboration, meeting more frequently. We have also started a DEI system-wide leadership collective that comprises associate deans, directors of DEI work, DEI leaders on each campus. And we think that collective effort will grow from strength to greater strength and from greater strength to excellence.
Thank you. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, and thank you, Chancellor Black and VP Go for your leadership in this area. Regent McMillan did ask my question, but I want to ask it again in a different way because I think it underscores the impact of the work you're doing, and you can just answer yes or no, I think. Do you see UMD as a leader or the epicenter for DEI work throughout the Duluth area and greater Northeast Minnesota?
Yes.
Thank you. I
Not
think
everyone would agree with me, but yes.
Okay, Regent Rosha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Chancellor Black, Vice President Go. Taking a third shot at kind of the general question, I think you answered this, Chancellor Black. I was, I was wondering how we assess our success. Are we looking at it as compared to sort of regional demographics? Is it statewide demographics, national demographics? And then I got a kind of question comment after that.
Chancellor Black.
Yeah, well, Chair Powell and Regent Rosha, and I apologize to Regent Davenport for not calling my protocol. I was so excited to say yes, I wasn't thinking that. We certainly look a lot at regional activity and especially national metrics to see where we stand. And we've been very active, myself and Susanna and others on our campus, attending conferences. We've often been asked to present about the work we're doing at UMD. So, I mean, through those, we get a signal of how we're doing nationally. But I think from my standpoint, I'm much more focused on the local than I am the other. As long as we're in sync, and obviously Michael knows our activities quite well, and he's well connected, and as long as we're in sync with best practices, I don't really worry too much about how we compare to our geographical area, going over our friends to Bemidji even, or certainly how I compare with Crookston, Morris, Rochester, et cetera. I think because we're also different, so different as you all saw last year as we were presenting on our distinctiveness. I'm more concerned with the local metrics, our local situation, and keeping a tab on what the national climate is and the national accomplishments. And so that's really more of our focus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so you're looking at the slide, mine says 48 of 73. It's the 4-year graduation rates, bar graph. When I'm trying to understand the data and analyze the data, I always get a little bit concerned. I'm maybe a little nervous about making large categories of people. Within the BIPOC community, there's tremendous diversity. Even within the white community, there's tremendous diversity. Every person has a story. Every individual has a story. And so when I look across this, and you can see that, well, the overall trend line seems to be moving up in terms of overall graduation rate, and the gap between white students and BIPOC students, again, lumped in broadly, you kind of grows and shrinks and grows and shrinks, but there's still a gap there that, as you pointed out, it's something that we should be concerned about. And, when I look at, and I think to myself, well, over that period of time, over a decade, we continue to put substantial resources into our DEI efforts and our support for students, underrepresented students. But by gosh, there's that gap, and it's still there. And I look at it, and you start to say, how many times, what can we continue to do and expect a different result? And I look at it and I wonder if within those broad categories there aren't other characteristics. For instance, is access to resources, financial resources, an issue? We know that the students at the bottom end of the financial spectrum get lots of aid, and that's usually not a problem. Students that are from wealthy backgrounds and they get support from their families, it's not an issue. But for middle class, lower middle class students, is the financial challenge of going to college a part of that? And the reason you see the BIPOC numbers lower is because it's a larger percentage of that group that's in that financial category. How much do we drill down within those categories to see if there are maybe other factors, other characteristics of those individuals within those broadly defined groups that may be having as much or more of an impact on graduation rates than would simply a racial background or skin color?
Sure.
Chancellor Black.
Thank you. Well, Regent Rosa, it's a great question. And, we display it this way for this presentation because I may have run a little too long to begin with. And so we certainly break all this down. And we don't think every day about how our bar graphs are changing. We're really focused on the individual student. And the groups, I mean, the BIPOC name, something we're all saying now, which is useful, but we're most focused on all the subcategories. And the activities, particularly of our multicultural center and others, really drill down into the things you're talking about. What do students need in terms of financial literacy or financial support? And we struggle with that. And I certainly hope we are successful in getting the money from the state to help with our scholarship and financial award needs. We're also looking at what can we do to help them be successful. And so it really is a student by student. That's what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. And for the presentation, we lump them into categories just to get a sense. This sort of gives us a dashboard, but our real focus is on those things. So yes, we could talk about preparedness. We could talk about financial support. We can talk about the challenges students are dealing with on a day-to-day basis, which is part of our focus on microaggressions and focus on trying to improve the climate, because those kinds of things probably have the greatest impact, negative impact on student success. So we're certainly concerned with those categories. I guess I started to say be willing to come back, but I'm not really willing to come back. I'm hopeful, President Gable, I'm hopeful this is my last presentation to the board. But I think, certainly my colleagues at UMD could give you a much, lot of detail on what's underneath these bars.
All right, very good. Regent Kenyanya, you will bring us home here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Chancellor Black, VP Go, appreciate the presentation. It's going to sound like I'm testifying, but there will be a question at the end. So if you'll all indulge me here. I just want to start first by, you've alluded to Susanna a few times, and if you don't, for those who don't know her, don't quite realize the role she's played on that campus. VP Go, you mentioned how Chancellor Black has outlasted, I believe was the word, a few chief diversity officers. I'd love to know how many chancellors, presidents, and whatnot Susanna has outlasted. And she's obviously involved at the leadership level, but then at the granular level as well. In 2017, Susanna, myself, some other students, Dr. Wright, who's in the room, got on a bus and toured the South, actually visiting the site of the civil rights events that we read about in books. So I definitely want to make sure her service doesn't go unspotlighted. Whenever we talk about graduation rates and looking at enrollment, my eyes is always drawn to retention. Because I always say the only thing worse than having so much debt is having debt and no degree, right? We can bring students in, but we want to make sure they succeed while we're here. And I think that's similar when we're talking about staff and students of color. I'm not looking at numbers per se, but I do know as much as we need to improve on both fronts, we do a better job of recruiting than we do of retaining, right? So I think that's important to make sure that the staff and students that are coming to the campuses are staying, right? And I think it's important that we can continue to talk with them and understand what is making them change their mind after the 1, 2, 3, or however many years they're a part of that. I also think, the issues of staff and faculty diversity and student diversity are very much interconnected. From the one perspective that, we're educating the students that could later become our staff, right? Whether that's within faculty or in administration, the larger higher education, but the better higher education can do in graduating students of color, then we'll have a pool of people to hire back into these positions. So they're very much interconnected in that way. And we're also educating the teachers that go back into K-12, right? And help us have students to recruit. And there's lots of studies that show how much having faculty or teachers in K-12 that look like you can definitely affect a student's success. I think that that relationship is important in having those staff on campus. At UMD, I mean, I know the staff got together and staff and faculty started a faculty of color mentorship program. And that was pretty, to my knowledge, at least staff and faculty led, and those programs mattered. Earlier today, we recognized Dr. Okoro with the Community Engaged Scholar Award, and I know she was very instrumental in being a part of that program. So I'm framing this up and talking about that relationship to lead to this question. Back in 2016, 2017, when UMD had engaged, I think, Dr. Ranking to do that study that brought some real, but not always pleasant results. One of the things we learned in that was the dynamic between staff and faculty, and then the dynamic between staff and faculty of color and staff and faculty generally. And I bring that up to ask what initiatives and what progress has been made on that front, because I think that was an interesting finding, right? That the relationship between staff and faculty wasn't as great as we'd like it to be. And then furthermore, staff and faculty of color, I think, we've even found in student reviews of professors, right? That's part of the reason that those aren't weighed as heavily, because we know the kind of comments you're going to get in female faculty and faculty of color that aren't necessarily germane to their performance as faculty members. That's the first question, Chancellor Black, if there's a question in there. And then the second one is how the budget situation, the long-standing budget situation at UMD has affected your ability to conduct these programs and support these initiatives.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Chancellor Black.
Thank you, Regent Powell and Regent Kenyanya, for your question and your statements, and certainly want to recognize you as you were a student leader at UMD. You had a remarkable impact on these issues and many others. So I very much appreciated that. In terms of the results of the Rankin survey, you're correct about many of the things it was pointing out, and there are a number of things we've done to address it. I mentioned the intercultural leadership development programs, seminars we've had. Those do include faculty and staff, both white, BIPOC, people of all different kinds of backgrounds. And I think we have seen some positive results from those, as I mentioned in the presentation. That's one way we've tried to help address that. It's also another one of these things that we call out regularly at UMD in terms of the need for better recognition of staff, particularly. There tends to be a hierarchy in higher ed with faculty in a higher position, according to some, than the staff. And we're really trying to break down those kinds of attitudes and to highlight staff accomplishments and where they fit in a number of ways. And in fact, in my remarks, I got in trouble with some people when I talked about the impact staff has on the education of students. And some faculty said, no, we educate students, not staff. And I said, wait a minute, no, staff have a profound effect on the education of our students. Yes, you teach the classes, but as I mentioned earlier, it has to be a holistic approach, co-curricular as well as in the curriculum. So I think we've had a lot of activities going on there, and hopefully we've made some gains. I don't hear quite as much of that as I used to, of the faculty staff sort of dichotomy or conflicts. I'm sure it's probably still there in some quarters, but that's the way we've gone about it through the ILD and other kinds of efforts. In terms of budgets, budget scarcity really has an impact on everything. It's hard to separate and tell how much negative impact it's had on DEI efforts, although I have made a point of continuing to support DEI initiatives. We do have, through my office, I have continued to support the commissions, to support faculty grants for research, support staff activities and education activities. So we've just made it a priority. I mean, yes, we have budget problems, but I doubt, at least you're never going to have enough money. And so you can't just use that as an excuse, except to point it out to people and try to get more resources wherever you can. So I hope it's not had a disproportionate effect on the DEI initiatives, because we've tried very hard to continue those in spite of the budget challenges we've had.
All right. Chancellor Black, Vice President Go, thank you very much for this update, and look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
But as you said, probably not here, but we'll see.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving to our next item, a discussion of health sciences strategy focused on clinical care. We're joined by Jacob Toller, Dean of the Medical School and Vice President for Clinical Affairs. And before I turn it over to Dr. Toller, I believe President Gable would like to provide some opening comments.
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Sviggum, and members of the board. So today you will hear our university's health sciences strategy around clinical care. As a reminder, this is the last in a series of 3 presentations this academic year that focused on this elevated board priority. Today, in particular, you'll hear about recent innovations in academic medicine, from groundbreaking work at the Masonic Institute for the Developing Brain to the front lines of COVID-19 vaccination and treatment studies. You'll also hear about our clinical work from our medical school and associated programs in colleges and physicians whose care impacts more than 1 million patients a year, and our mHealth Fairview partnership, which is making game-changing differences across clinical trials, academic support, and other areas. You'll also hear Vice President and Dean Jacob Toller's plan of action around a revised timeline to reach the university's MPACT 2025 goal to elevate our Blue Ridge ranking, which has been affected recently by the pandemic in large part because of the volume of care taken by our university faculty and the reduction that resulted in clinical and lab research during the pandemic. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to him and let him continue the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Toller.
Chair Powell, Madam President, Regents, it's always a humility-inducing experience for me to stand in front of you, but also I'm in equal measure energized by the opportunity that's in front of us. I will follow the instructions. I'll talk about the innovation, about the mHealth Fairview, about the Blue Ridge, and about the hospital. It's too sad that Regent Sviggum left when I say hospital, because he has been a good advocate for that. But let me start with a somber number. This morning, the number of fatalities of COVID-19 crossed the 1 million mark. This generation, this decade, this university, and anybody else, that has either a physical or other person in the United States will be defined by that challenge. 1 million fatalities means not only the people who have died with or from COVID-19, it also means 9 million family members that have lost their loved ones. The amount of suffering, the amount of the sheer weight of adversity that's come in these numbers is staggering. What it also means, in my opinion, is that this university has looked at this challenge under the brilliant leadership of President Gabel and yours as an opportunity to serve. And I do, my team does, this university, it does, this medical school, this clinical affairs office, everybody, in my opinion, looks for the opportunity to serve. So in the process of that, this university, this medical school, has become the destination center for answers and actions in COVID-19. This will define who we are. This makes us who we are. And on that part, on that projection, I think, we have earned a place that's difficult to put in dollars, that's difficult to put in rankings, that's difficult to put in other statistical measures. But this will be what has been woven to the lives of others. And that will be much more lasting, believe me, much more lasting than anything that I will say or I will do today. So let's start with the innovation. Academic medicine is the answer. There is no better way, grim as it is, grave as it has been with the COVID-19, there has been no better recent example and evidence of academic medicine being the best biodefense, being the best answer to uncertain challenges and uncertain times. In your and my lives, personal and professional, we have tame problems and we have wicked problems. Tame problems are the ones that we sort of know where we go. We have enough sort of the epistemic layers, enough knowledge, enough experience that we just go and in the OR, in the clinic, in the lab, we just do it because we have learned it that way. Wicked problems. COVID-19 is a wicked problem, not only because it has been really undescribed species of the coronavirus at the beginning, but also because it's impacted so many other things in society, from supply chain to the diversity topic discussed just before this presentation, to how people look at virtual medicine, to how people look at am I gonna come to the office or not? You know, the way, am I gonna do this work as a nurse or not? Many things, have been captured in that one episode that we have. We are now, I think, looking at a plateau of sight. But let it not be forgotten that it did what any other avalanche in society does, which is, one, it accelerates the challenges in the society that have existed before, and it makes other problems, such as the topic that we have heard about, unavoidable. You actually have to deal with it. And in this way, there's no recipe, really. You have to create your own future and your own path, and that's what academic medicine does. So before I spend too much time on COVID, I'll talk about several examples of that innovation that has happened not in the background, it's a foreground, but at the same time that we have been dealing with COVID. Let's start with Dr. Videk, who is the chair of neurology and one of the pioneers of deep brain stimulation. Parkinson's disease is one of these neurodegenerations that have been intractable for many years. Deep brain stimulation essentially is a pacemaker for the brain. And what has been accomplished here at this university is not just the ingenuity of individuals. Almost nothing in medicine, almost nothing in technology, almost nothing in science is done by lone super people. Everything happens in teams. So what we have is the best high field magnetic resonance in the world. We have probably the best deep brain stimulation in the world. And we have a way of looking at psychology, psychiatry, and other part of medicine related to neurology in a way that very few people can. And with your help and with your leadership, the Masonic Institute for Developing Brain is actually a reflection of the same thing. But when I sat for lunch a couple of weeks ago with Jeff Martha, what we talked about is what is the next generation? We talked about how that, it's about this big, the part that goes into your brain. And how can we gather the signal from the probe itself? In a way, this is for the first time that we are able to, quote unquote, listen to the brain and assess is the probe in the right place? Is it doing what it's supposed to do? Are the tissues around reacting in the proper way? So we can gather that data. And in this moment in time, this is for the first time in history of science, engineering, and medicine, where we actually can domesticate the enormous amount of data using artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep neural networks, and so forth. The Masonic Institute for Developing Brain is a similar effort. It looks I have changed my mind on things very often. Ask my wife. But one change I had is that instead of looking at these swim lanes of knowledge, you layer one layer of knowledge on the other and that you pursue it this way. I have realized that what really happens, in a much, much better way is to step away from the immediate problem for a while, this being autism or developmental delay in a child, things of that nature. Disadvantage in the society based on adverse childhood events, which are incredibly powerful and on what people do in their 30s. So the reconstruction of the thinking is really about that these are societal causes of disease rather than a disease of an individual. What I mean by that is that if you want to prevent people in their 30s dying of overdose, obesity, diabetes, being, not my word, others said that, maladapted for the society at large, you cannot do it when they are 30. You have to do it when they are less than 3. And that is been discovered here at this university. It's called imprinting or epigenetics, but there are different names for this. Our phenomenally intelligent general counsel and I just this morning before these presentations have discussed how incredible the physiology is between a newborn, his grandson, and the mother. How incredibly powerful the knowledge is that we can actually make helpful for somebody else. So if I take this at large, what we do is we translate knowledge to care. That's it. That's really important because we have this phenomenal breed of people who are equally fluent in basic science and being in the operating room, or in engineering and being in clinic. And sometimes they are the same brain, sometimes they are distributed brain. That doesn't matter. But this university is only, and the template of the university, I should say, academia, is really the only place in the society that can do this. Nobody else can. Everybody else, it's not a judgment thing. It is really just recognition of what it takes to move from certainty to uncertainty, and how we all, in different ways, are in that intermediate space. And that's where our life unfolds. My directions are to, and I always follow directions, is to talk about mHealth Fairview Medical School and clinical affairs. But I want to be very, very clear that it is not just that. The clinical efforts is everything from engineering to liberal arts to College of Design, and more proximally, it would be the health science deans and schools, dentistry, public health, nursing, pharmacy, and veterinary medicine. It is also the institutions such as Boynton, such as Cook. If you look at Cook during the pandemic, you cannot fail to be very impressed. I am very impressed. Mobile health unit has been a part of it. And yes, the example that I'm going to share with you relates not directly to COVID, but really is, about that kind of thinking. So we had about 1,300 of Afghan expatriates in the Twin Cities. And for reasons that are, I think, multifactorial, there are a lot of people that just didn't have exposure to what we do in medicine. And Cook is built, 80% of the patients and families in Cook are immigrants. They are poor. They don't actually understand the system here. They may not speak the language of the land. And one of the most vulnerable groups in this are women. So of these 1,300 refugees, expatriates, majority were women. And I had a third-year internal medicine resident, that's somebody who is, sort of getting credit for being independent physician. And she was enrolled in global health pathway. And with COVID, she couldn't go globally. She couldn't practice, where she wanted. So instead, she took upon herself serving the women that came in these 1,300 individuals. And she single-handedly seen over 300 women. And she provided, the women in general, I think, for obvious reasons, but especially if they are taken from their environments, are hesitant to speak about some of the sexual, some of the reproductive, some of the violence, some of the, specifics to their health and well-being. And they opened up to her. And then what happens, which is a beautiful thing that it can only happen at the university, the ripple effects of goodness spread, and she had more than 100 volunteers now to do similar job. You have to be proud of that. You have to see that this is what good looks like. The centerpiece of what we do clinically is UMP. There are several directives from this board that I keep on my desk, and one of them is in April 1997, April 2017, when this board sent a letter and said, you better get physicians closer to the medical school. Just don't do that playing in parallel and so forth. And I've been working with my team on that since. This is exactly 20 years after you founded UMP in 1997 as a clinical arm of the medical school. And we have since been established as the largest independent multi-specialty practice in the state. This is enormous because these 1,200, 1,300 physicians that we have, take my word for it, they are the best trained physicians in the land as a group. When we sometimes, tongue in cheek, want to advertise our services, we say, how about, do you want to see a doctor that trained your doctor? That's us, right? Because they come and train here. 70% of physicians in this state are trained at this medical school. And similar numbers actually apply for the other health professions. We, as the president said, we see more than 1 million patients a year. We have about 40 locations. We have about 90 specialties. And we really work very hard on connecting with nearly every single healthcare system in the state of Minnesota. We are, at your command, a land grant practice. Now, what's important is that amplification of that virtue, of that collective accumulated virtue of being able to have the competence experience that is relevant and meaningful to the patients that we serve, has been grown through the collaborative brand that you established for us, with us, which is called mHealth Fairview. This is just very quickly, again, history goes far. This started from the AAA agreement, the affiliation agreement of 1997, and in my opinion, has been enormously enriched and accelerated in quality and ambition about 3.5 years ago with the definitive agreement. That is the brainchild of the general counsel and the team around him, but many other people have contributed to this, yourself included. I am deeply grateful for that because this is the best time this relationship with Fairview has had in the 30 years. This is the largest healthcare system in the state. This is a historically and legally part of ours, and this is really where the brand is externalized. Now, brand is, in my opinion, and James Herford, who is my partner as a CEO of Fairview Health Services, we have a slightly, we have a parallel, but slightly different. I look at the brand as a much deeper thing, than, having this advertised and really, making this like a shingle for our services. I'm sure he's going to comment on this, what I just said, afterwards. Nevertheless, we agree on that it really is the externalization of the quality and reliability. That's what really the brand is. Brand, in my reading, is, can you keep that promise? Is this that promise that you can keep? And if you can do this over and over in any industry, in healthcare, in education, that is our brand. And what we have been able to get through the partnership results is very remarkable things that are operational, incredibly important. The first one, I would say, is academic leadership. This is for the first time that we actually have, we co-lead the mHealth Fair with James Herford, and I'm very grateful for his vision and being so proactive about academic medicine and defender of academic medicine and his team. The academic leadership, however, extends through the organization. We have this service line matrix structure where we have a dyad of academic leader, which is a physician, and an operations leader, and they together make the decisions and own the P&L of that service line. What I mean by service line is something that's different from division of rheumatology or Department of Internal Medicine. It's rather somebody who is being followed in her journey, being this neurodegeneration, being this cancer, being this trauma, not by specialty, but really by the same team that is captured in the service line. The second thing that we have done, and we have been able to get this for the first time in the 30-year history, is what we call academic support. The best medical schools in the state in the United States, 17 out of the 20 that are on the top, are affiliated with an academic system, with a medical school, and do get significant amount of money from that, because that is what fuels that innovation that ultimately returns back to the care, right? There's no light between the two. And so we have just 3 years of this, and that will factor into my comments about the ranking for the medical school in a minute. The third one was the brand. The brand is the quality and safety that we deliver for our patients. The brand also meant, and this definitive agreement meant that for the first time in decades, our clinicians, our staff have been paid fair market value. This is not just nice, it's actually more than that. It's competitive. And, we want to win the market. We want to win in the market of ideas, dollars, whatever you have. We want to be on the top and being excellent, and to retain and recruit the best, which has been you helped me recruit Damien Fair to he's the best in the world. You helped me recruit Laura Niedenhofer for the aging medical discovery. She's the best in the world. So it always works better if you have the best, I think. And the ability to pay our team so well, fairly, has been incredibly important for our ability to retain people here and work really, really hard. And the quality and safety is again under control of academic leadership. It's a dyadic control, but it really externalizes again the brand that is on top of the clinic or the hospital is actually a reflection of the quality of care that you get inside, which makes sense, but really an important component of that sense is exactly that. The trials are an extension of research. If we discover, for example, that certain molecules reduces incidence of gravity of the disease, like diabetes, and we discovered it in preclinical models where you usually have to do that. The only way to prove it is to bring it to the clinical trials, because you would never, under a Hippocratic oath or under any other regulation of this land or any land, you would introduce something that's not been proven to the patients, right? And to the investigators themselves. So that's what the trials are. And our enrollment, is a reflection of that translation of knowledge to care which went from about 22,000 in 2018, and then we are at about 28,000 in the last year. As an oncologist and a transplant doc, I can tell you that the difference of survival with somebody that has cancer and is treated on trial, on study, and along the study is about 20%. It's a big difference. It's a huge difference, actually, because and being an investigator, on multiple of the trials, I know personally, they make you do things. They make you come on Saturday. They make you fill in the forms that you don't. Anyway, they make you do it. There's a discipline in this that imposed upon you that translate to better care and better outcomes. That ultimately what matters. So let's talk about the Blue Ridge. Blue Ridge is one of many rankings. This has attained a historical gravitas, with this, and it is purely the number of the dollars that you get as an institution from NIH, not from NSF, not from DoD, not from any other federal or state or industry or any other patient foundation, but only from NIH. NIH has been, what, in my opinion, changed this country. It's the one of our Bush report, from the 40s, when the investment in research and development in this country has been a phenomenal drive and phenomenal fuel for the discoveries that defined medicine and defined medicine in general and made American medicine, in my opinion, the best in the world. And so that's a great thing. But it's also a zero-sum game. Even though I'm delighted that there are another planned increases in NIH budget and so forth, it's still a zero-sum game. So you have to compete to win. We like to compete and we like to win. If you look at 2018 to 2021, the increase in the NIH funding in this medical school was 40%. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of dollars. The increase in the funding from any federal source was 55%. It's a lot of money. Again, this is the college that brings in these dollars to this university. It also means that you are only as fit as the fitness of your competitors is. So if somebody, we beat Wisconsin a couple of years ago, and I know that, that was let's do something about that, and others. So there is a competition of this. So the ranking is actually not as stellar as I would like this to be. We are 29 at the moment. We were in mid-30s when I was asked to serve in this capacity. But still, I presented to you that we would get it to 25 in 2023, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. But I can tell you that what happened in the interim was that on your behalf, what I told these brilliant people that can write these grants and compete from them, I said, no, you're going to go to the ICU. You're going to go to the operating room. You're going to do something about this COVID in ways that you have never done before. So the reasons why we became the destination for action in COVID is that I asked, and people followed me, to do things in testing, in vaccines, in trials for COVID, for new medications, in new ventilators, in all of that. That's not a part of their grant application. So that was intentional, but it obviously weakened our position vis-a-vis the competition of others. And what happened, I think, though, that under that, we have invested in the corps d'esprit of our people and experience of our people in a way that will have a great return in upcoming years, not many years, but upcoming years. So that was a part why, in all humility, I asked to have this 25 mark to be postponed from 2023 to 2025 to align with the University Impact 2025, but also for the reasons, that I'm just describing to you. And if you fail the metric and tell me, get another one, I'll do it. You say jump and I say how high. I'm here to serve you. But I can tell you also that we didn't sit. What we have done is we have invested in key areas that are funded by NIH. You and I are blessed with people. The two Academy of Science, people in Center for Immunology that you heard about today are part of these councils on NIH. So they are people that co-create where the funding is going to go. And it's totally fine. It's totally fine to use their advantage, but we did invest in something that's going to come to be funded in a great way. We have recruited people and kept people that are the hyper producers. They are the superhuman that actually do get stuff done. We invested in infrastructure, but one thing that is a constraint, it's a limitation factor, is we just don't have the research infrastructure in regulatory or in RAR or in other aspects that other places have. And I'm good for competing within the limits we have, but we have to realize that within certain constraints, only some choices of freedom are available to us. The same thing is the size of the faculty. Look at Michigan. They have twice, 3 times number of faculty than we have, and yet they are judged on the same linear Blue Ridge metric. But we again, punching above our weight, we really think that we have invested in the right way and continue to invest, even though it's just 3 years of that academic support. This will materialize, in big changes. I have also listened to some of you that there needs to be a linearity between the dollars and outcomes, not dollars and good intentions, not dollars and good talk. No, dollars and outcome. And that is with some mixed reception that I presented to my 27 chairs. This is what I'm asking them to do. These are the marching orders for the school. Get organized in a way that you actually optimize the performance of your teams in a way that we can come to the Board of Regents and present the results that we have been asked to present. And the last thing on this one I say is we have a unique environment in the state that we are only now becoming, from the medical and engineering side, to really making a real not just lateral to each other, but the enormous biomedical industry we have, and phenomenal university that we have. And I would argue, with all the blemishes, phenomenal healthcare that we are able to put together, that tripod is exactly what you need. This is the foundation of the success. So the clinical care delivery is where we are. That's what we do. That's how we define success. How do we treat our patients? How do we get all these missions that we represent, education, research, care, in one, which in my opinion is the practice of academic medicine? And how do we deploy ourselves on a platform of a large enough population of patients? Because you need to have a lot of patients to have a highly trained faculty. I'm sort of, making it a circular syllogism almost, but that's what it is. And you need to have the facilities into which you're gonna put them. You have to build the permissive environment, the permissive system where the teams, not just individuals, but the teams will live to the limits of their potential. And sometimes these are imponderable, sometimes these are relationships, and they are absolutely phenomenally important, long-term relationships especially. But sometimes they are facilities. You actually have to have a number of ORs if you want to have a lot of surgeries. You have to have an education system. If you want to train a lot of students, you have to have a well-equipped clinic if you want to prepare the people that will come, that will be treated appropriately and so forth. So that's where your foresight has been absolutely irreplaceable and absolutely fundamental in where we were, where we started with Biodiscovery District, then the Health Science Education Building, thank you, then sort of at the same time, the Clinical Surgical Center that we are, the consideration of the Health Discovery Hub, and I'm glad you're back. Hospital. We need that hospital. Hospital is absolutely essential. You have to have a single hospital on one bank, more than 1,000 beds, where everybody in the state and outside of the state as well would say, this is the center of excellence. This is where I go. Not with having a simple break of a bone, for example, or something that is, I hesitate to call anything in medicine trivial, because it's really, how it is, perceived, what makes it hard. But yes, there are some, if you want to do solid organ transplant, then, immune tolerance. And if you want to do the deep brain stimulation I mentioned in the beginning, if you want to do electrophysiology on the heart, and if you want to do ECMO, and put it in a truck, you better have a hospital and a team that can take care of this. So that's where we are headed. But important thing that as much as I think of the hospital as a cornerstone of where we are going, this is not for the metro. Let me repeat this. It's not for the metro. We serve everybody in the state. This is for the whole state of Minnesota. And in Duluth and in elsewhere, other parts of the state, we have made phenomenal foundations, educationally, clinically, research-wise, to actually be in the place to go for people from outside of that river called 694, that they would come, to us and get the care that I think is best presented at this time and place. So thank you very much. The Impact 2025 alignment, I spoke mostly, the student success, of course, the number one is a part of everything we do. We have been incredibly focused on interprofessional education, on M simulation, training people before, with different kind of anxiety that you would have in the real setting, but sort of simulated anxiety, if you will, and decision making. The research number two that I talked about this, this is where we live. There's no distinction, in my opinion, between research and care. This is what we do. People get better care because you do that research, right? Three is the intersections. That is the whole healthcare models that I described to you. Sense of belonging. I'm coming back to the speakers before me. That is another challenge in the society, diversity, inequity of access, and so forth, that we will be better addressed, in a way that is workable. That is, I hesitate to say, but I'll say this, that it's not political. We really treat everyone. That is, we don't make money. We treat patients. That's what we do for a living. There's no greed in this. Of course the metrics are important. Of course the money is important. Of course it fuels this whole thing. But it's a means. The end is that we get somebody who thought that her daughter's gonna die of leukemia, that's my patient, doesn't. It's it. It's a life-changing thing that will define, their lives forever. And of course, with Vice President, Senior Vice President and friends, being stewards of these funds that you have been kind and strategic to put in our hands, and I feel tremendous weight and obligation anytime that happens. But yes, stewardship of the fund, number 5, is absolutely a part of it. I'm deeply grateful to President Gabel for her leadership and you all for the support, and I will continue to seek your guidance, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Toller, Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that presentation. This is, critically important for the institution. I've just got a quick comment that I don't know that it needs a response, but Dean Toller has done an amazing job in improving our current situation on the heels of some challenging decisions that were made a quarter century ago with respect to the hospital, and I commend you for what you've been able to do under those circumstances. I would just simply say that our commitment to pursuing a new hospital for all of the reasons that you've just described to us is really critical. I think that I would suggest we work very hard to identify the needs across the state, kind of a two-pronged approach here. We can see access and wait times for appointments, especially in the specialties, are significant in certain areas of the state, in most areas of the state. And so to be able to then partner with our partners at the legislature to explain to them why an investment in a world-class and up-to-date hospital would not only serve the ability to provide great access to world-class care for a diverse and growing population, but also to assist in this in our capacity to teach the very best for our state's needs and the needs of the rest of the world. So I'm very committed to that, and I commend you on that focus.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Hibsch.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I totally agree with what Regent Rocha talked about. It's critical for Minnesota, I think, to get this new hospital. I don't want to lose sight on the fact that in my area of the state, if you look at page 71 of 73, I think in our handout, the whole half the state, which is District 7, doesn't have any red dots in it. And so we need to get some red dots over there and maroon. Yeah, sorry about that. Maroon dots. Anyways, that's a bad mistake there. 7 big teams in the Big Ten. But anyways, my point is this, is that, you're asking people in my area of the state who their primary physician is, and they can't give you an answer because they can't have one. They call the hospital and the hospital says, we don't have anyone to give you. So it's really hard to give referrals to someplace else if you don't have a primary care physician. So anyways, I think we need more physicians as well as, we talk about the care, the continuing care and the specialists and stuff, but we also need primary care physicians in the state to refer us to. So thank you.
Dean Toller.
Chair Powell, Regent Hibsch, I totally agree with you. And as I tell my 3-year-old granddaughter, your wish is my command. Yes, we will. We will. The primary physicians, I didn't talk about this today, but one of the glories of this university is that we are number 2 in family medicine in the United States, number 3 in the primary care. We are actually these unique individuals collectively that have been in top quartile nationally in the Blue Ridge and NIH funding, and top quartile for having trained the largest number of primary care physicians. There are only 4 medical schools in the country that fit in this. And if you add to it how many we train and send to the underserved areas, there are only 2 schools, University of Washington and us. And I'm disproportionately proud of that. Again, it doesn't the differentiation of the school is you either do NIH or you do primary care. We, on your behalf, do both. And in addition to that, we improve access of patients in areas that are not well served. Chair Powell.
We'll see if there are any others. While we're waiting, maybe I can just make a comment as well, Dr. Toller, you can respond to. And I just want to, and you're already hearing, I think, a bit this from other comments to the board members. While we believe and want us to improve our performance on those Blue Ridge rankings, I think it goes back to the board's desire to see just a sort of better level of collaboration with our Fairview partner, which would result in increased capacity to do research, and that has happened. And that has happened, and as a result, we're getting more NIH funding, and that's good. And you mentioned it's super competitive. It's good that it's competitive. I mean, it's good. So we like that ranking, but I don't think that it's the only thing that we're interested in. You've heard rural healthcare. You've heard from Regent Rocha. We need the right kind of hospital now for our era. You and I have talked about, and you mentioned, we're in the global center for biomedical engineering technology, and our capability there, both starting with undergraduate education, should be second to none. I mean, it's a real opportunity for us. So I think that my guess is, I'm speaking for myself, but the board is, we're looking at a number of metrics and a number of ways to, judge how we're doing, as you said, not just Blue Ridge rankings, although it is nice to move up in those. And so we hope we see some of that as we go forward. You can respond to that or not, comment.
Chair Powell, thank you very much for your support and framing in this way, because I think that we serve you best if we are able to have this, what I would call disciplined pluralism, that we are able to be excellent in several different areas, not many, not 12, but like 3 or 4 or 5, and then use the synergy and levers that nobody else can, because that's how we create for ourselves. And I'm as competitive as you are. Again, there are people who can talk about that. But this, again, this inclusive competitive advantage comes from being able to leverage several areas of excellence.
Very good. I think that's a very good presentation. Appreciate your time as ever, Dr. Toll.
Chair Powell, Regents, Madam President, thank you.
All right, we'll move now to the report of the committees. And we'll begin with the report of the Audit and Compliance Committee. Regent Kenyanya, please share your report.
Thank you, Chair Powell. The Audit and Compliance Committee did not consider any action items this month, but we had 3 discussion items in our meeting yesterday. First, Associate Vice President Volna and Molly Viola, the Director of Accounting Services, provided a review of the audit and non-audit services provided to the university by external audit firms during this fiscal year, including the work performed by Deloitte, who serves as our primary external auditor. In our second item, Chief Compliance Officer Coomer led us in a discussion about policy compliance university-wide. And finally, we heard an update on the progress of the university's Enterprise Risk Management Plan, a follow-up from our earlier conversation in the Finance and Operations Committee. Thank you, Chair Powell. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Regent Hipsch, will you report on behalf of the Litigation Review Committee?
Sure, Chair Powell. The Litigation Review Committee met yesterday. At this meeting, we adopted a resolution that authorized the closing of the meeting to discuss matters subject to the attorney-client privilege. Thank you.
Thanks, Regent Hipsch. Mission Fulfillment Committee, Regent Davenport, please would you share your report?
Thank you, Chair Powell. The Mission Fulfillment Committee had 2 action items this month. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the promotion, tenure, and annual continuous appointment recommendations and the consent report, which includes a number of academic program changes.
All right, so before I call for a vote on this, does anyone want to separate any of the items recommended by the committee? All right, seeing none, any questions or comments?
I move approval of the committee report.
Very good. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Regent Davenport, any additional committee business?
Thank you, Chair Powell. That concludes my report.
All right, very good. Thank you. Moving on to the report of the Finance and Operations Committee, Regent Mayron, please would you provide your report?
Thank you. The report of the Finance and Operations Committee included 2 items this month. Both were unanimously recommended by the committee for approval by the board. Those items include adoption of proposed amendments to Board of Regents policy, property, and facility use, and the consent report, which included the Central Reserve's contingency allocations, 6 purchases of goods and services, $1 million and over, 1 schematic design, and the affirmation to invest the general obligation taxable bond series 2022 proceeds.
Thank you, Regent Mayron. Anybody wish to separate an item? All right, seeing none. Any questions or comments? All right, Regent Mayron.
Yes, Chair Powell, I move approval of these items.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Opposed, say no. All right, that motion is approved. Regent Mayron, any additional committee business?
No, Chair Powell, there were no other action items this month. Thank you very much, and that concludes my report.
All right. That concludes our committee reports and brings us to old business. Is there any old business to come before the board? All right. So now we'll turn to new business. It's my understanding that Regent Rocha has an item that he wishes to bring forward. I want to give that proposal proper consideration, while also being mindful of time and commencement obligations that regents have this afternoon. So I'll ask board members to be concise in their remarks. I think Robert's rules would have a 10-minute limit, and hopefully we don't need to invoke that. With that, Regent Rocha, would you like to place a motion before the board?
Yes, thank you very much.
Interrupt for a moment, Regent Mayron here. I'm wondering if we could take a 5-minute break before Regent Rocha makes his motion and we begin to have discussion and action on it.
That's a brilliant idea.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute.
One of my few.
5-minute recess.
Thank you very much.
So returning from recess, sorry, we sort of cut you off there, Regent Rocha. So now we return it to you to offer your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe the email that I sent is available in hard copy to people that are in attendance, and it's been provided to the regents. And I will simply read the resolution into the record. And Mr. Chair, would you like me to move the resolution, seek a second, and then speak to the point, or would you rather I speak to it?
I think so, yes.
That would seem to be the Roberts rules appropriate. All right. I have the following resolution. It's Regents of the University of Minnesota Resolution 2, establish a special commission to review and evaluate the role of intercollegiate athletics at the University of Minnesota. Whereas all components of the University of Minnesota University belong to and are in the service of the people of the state, and whereas intercollegiate athletics serve as an essential outreach function for the university, often as the highest profile enterprise of the institution, and whereas intercollegiate athletics generates over $100 million and serves important purposes for both student athletes and the university community, including the student body at each campus, and whereas intercollegiate athletics are an important link for alumni around the world and for Minnesota residents, including Minnesota youth participants in athletics, and whereas substantial changes have occurred and will continue to occur in NCAA sports, such as the name, image, and likeness rule and recent court rulings that will impact competition in athletics budgets. And whereas leaders in the Minnesota legislature have requested that the Board of Regents establish a special commission to conduct a comprehensive review and evaluation of the role of athletics at the university, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Regents shall establish a special commission to conduct a comprehensive review and evaluation of the role of athletics at the university by July 1st, 2022. Be it further resolved that the composition of the commission shall be established in consultation with the majority and minority leaders of the higher education committees of the Minnesota Senate and Minnesota House of Representatives. The commission will be charged to, 1, investigate the enduring impact that participation in intercollegiate athletics has on athletes and our communities in order to provide evidence-based proposals to guide decisions affecting the future of athletics within the university system. 2, examine the history of athletics at the university and the evolution of varsity sports sponsorship. 3, assess the current situation within intercollegiate athletics at the university and make recommendations to sustain its long-term vitality. 4, explore all reasonable funding models for non-revenue sports that may include budget reductions per sport, modifying the scholarship model, and identifying and pursuing additional sources of revenue. 5, propose ideas for repositioning non-revenue sports so they align with the university's mission with emphasis that sports are viewed as educational programs rather than revenue generators. The commission will conduct its business in open meetings and shall invite public comment throughout the process, engaging resources across a range of fields, including education, health, business, amateur and professional athletic associations, academia, and other key stakeholders. Be it further resolved that by December 1, 2022, the commission will provide its findings and recommendations for consideration by the Board of Regents, after which the commission shall be dissolved. I move the resolution.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, this is Regent Farnsworth. I'd second.
All right, thank you. We'll open it up for commentary now. So yeah, Regent Rocha, your resolution. So you want to make opening comments?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So one of the purposes of the email was to try to consolidate and make this a more concise conversation. But so it talks a little bit about the genesis of this, and it also points out that there are a lot of our peers and a lot of very successful institutions in intercollegiate athletics have a more dramatic trustee presence in the operation of their intercollegiate athletics with a standing committee, a permanent standing committee. Others have committees that have athletics as part of their charge, and still others have established ad hoc committees for certain circumstances. I would point out that the resolution itself, particularly in the numbered items, it was with some modifications for style and clarity, really mirrors the language that was provided in the letter from the legislature to us and what they were asking us to provide. I have a great deal of emphasis on this about the fact that the legislature, they are our partners, and have a strong interest in this matter and the university's relationship with the state as a whole. They obviously provide us a tremendous amount of funding. if you actually break down our athletics budgets, the state, through state and tuition dollars, we have supported our intercollegiate athletics on the Twin Cities campus to between $7 and $10 million for many, many years. And so I think that this is a reasonable request of the legislature. I think it's a reasonable inquiry based on the circumstances and based on the challenge that this is for the board. My last comment at this point, Mr. Chair, would just simply be that I know there's some questions with respect to constitutional autonomy. And without going into a treatise on constitutional autonomy, I don't believe that's really a relevant point in this. We're not being mandated to do it. The legislature clearly has an opportunity and an option to determine how much they want to provide. But even with that, if you look at constitutional autonomy, we are in the minority, particularly among our aspirational peers. You've heard me talk a lot about our neighbors to the east. They do not have constitutional autonomy, and yet they have a very successful institution, a very affordable institution, and they have great success in intercollegiate athletics. And so to the extent that we're autonomous, at least in terms of ancient court holding, we're about as autonomous as an 18-year-old living in our parents' basement who need our parents' car to go anywhere. Technically, we can make our own decisions, but we need to have a partnership with those folks that ultimately provide the support. And quite frankly, there are electors. And so I would suggest that most public bodies are autonomous from the people who elect them, but they at least would take their desires and interests into consideration. So I think this is a reasonable approach, and I would ask that you would support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, before I open it up for discussion, I'm going to actually make a comment of my own, which I think is less than 10 minutes. Look to you, Mr. Secretary. But I want to go back to the 2020 resolution that Regents voted on that discontinued 3 sports, because I do think that that's a relevant background and probably is part of why we're having this discussion today. I want to make it clear that, and also because many of us weren't there for that decision, and so I just want to sort of go through that and clarify it, and then we'll go to the point. And I first want to just say that I voted for that resolution. I felt very strongly that that was the right thing to do. I still feel that way, and I want to tell you how I processed the various arguments at the time. First of all, our athletic director, who made this proposal with the support of the president, presented this financial status of our overall athletic programs. And as he had told us many times in previous years, he noted that we continue to be in the top half of the Big Ten in terms of the number of sports that we offered, but we were in the bottom half in terms of revenue. And we were running the program at a deficit. It was likely that this would continue. Ticket revenue had been flat or down across the country as more folks just tuned in via streaming. And so he was very, very concerned about the gap between our means and the size of the program. And he then raised a second concern, which was Title IX compliance. And I want to note right now, with regard to Title IX, that we are celebrating this year the 50th anniversary of Title IX, a milestone that's being celebrated by our local newspaper with a series of articles looking at the impact. And as the Star Tribune has opined, Title IX has been the most dramatic, world-changing event in sports in the US ever. Title IX has led to a nationwide explosion of women's participation in sports and in the development of these sports to the highest level of athletic excellence. So Title IX has been a really good thing for athletics, but it came with some requirements. And the first is that if we accept federal funding, we have to allocate opportunities, which we do accept federal funding. We have to allocate opportunities to participate in sports in proportion to the gender balance of the student population. And I think we're all familiar with that. If it's 50-50, then the opportunities have to be 50-50. And if it's different, we have to match up. The other requirement is what I would call a quality requirement. Title IX says athletes must be offered meaningful participation. And this requirement is designed to prevent so-called roster stuffing, putting lots of people on teams, more than would be normal, in order to hit gender balance requirements. Our AD told us he was very concerned that with women making up an increasing majority of the student population and with that trend likely to continue, he was concerned that we could be found not in compliance with these requirements. So with this as background, I think we really faced three very, very difficult choices given the situation. The first one was that we could do nothing. We could continue with our programs, deficit spending, and continued erosion in our Title IX compliance. The AD was very concerned about this option given the trends he was seeing. And indeed, in just the last 2 years since we made that decision, we've seen the makeup of our classes shift even more to women. This year's entering class is 54% female and 46% male. And frankly, the AD saw this development coming. My view was that given these trends, it was a near certainty that we would be sued eventually for lack of compliance and that we would lose. And as a regent, as I took an oath to comply with the law, I saw this as a clear test of that obligation. The second option was that we could add more women's sports, 2 or 3 new teams in sports we weren't participating in then. Competing with a full team in the NCAA is really expensive. And the estimate was that this would cost a minimum of $4 or $5 million. Given that the program was already in deficit, we never seriously considered this option as we had no way to obtain additional funding. And then the third and toughest, least bad option, if you will, was to eliminate 3 sports. And by supporting that option, we would reduce our spending by at least $2 million per year, and we would get ourselves into full compliance. I know some people don't think that $2 million is a lot of money, but where would we get it? I mean, we have just spent the last 2 days having very, very difficult budget conversation, higher tuition, trying to increase salaries, trying to do all these things. Who's going to come up with the $2 million to bring back sports that we can't afford? And we have to always remember that the Title IX requirement will require us, whenever we add a sport on one side, whether it's men's or women's, we're going to have to add another sport on the other side. So the Title IX math is very, very challenging for us. So I think that 2020 decision was a tough decision. But it was the right decision. And now we have today's issue over a legislative call for a commission, which I think raises even more fundamental concerns. The administration looked to this board for judgment in 2020 as to our athletic program. We acted, and the athletics department has shaped things accordingly. And I think reversing course 2 years later is really not the way for us to lead this institution. And there's an even more important principle at stake with this proposed new business resolution. The issue raised today is not athletics, but our autonomy. Or to put it another way, what does it mean to be a regent? When we make difficult decisions that find some regions in the minority, should we invite the legislature in to evaluate and oversee the governance decisions of the university? With all due respect to the legislature to which we owe our appointment, the Territorial Charter of 1851, the Constitution of 1857, the board's own code of conduct tell us what our obligations are. And our duties were best explained by the Minnesota Supreme Court many years ago, 1928, in the context of another commission. Justice Stone wrote, "The purpose of the Constitution is clear. It was to put the management of the greatest state educational institution beyond the dangers of vacillating policy or partisanship that would be possible in the case of management by either the legislature or the executive, who are chosen at frequent intervals and for functions and activities very different from those which qualify for the management of an institution of higher education." And I would challenge any of us to put it better. So from my perspective, on this question of whether to support an undefined legislative commission examining athletic programs at the request of very well-meaning program supporters who challenged this board's governance determination of 2 years ago, I believe very strongly that this would be misplaced and ill-advised. So I think we have other people on the speakers list now. Regent Verheulen.
Thank you, Chair Powell.
I will keep my comments to less than 10 minutes, so you don't need to pull out the red cards, Ryan. I have a few items. First, we received a copy of this resolution at 7:25 this morning, and we've been in active meeting since that time. Additionally, this resolution was presented in a way to us that our campus athletic directors can't even be here to address their comments on creating such a commission or what that might mean for their programs, workloads, et cetera. Second, the resolution establishes a special commission, but is still vague and incomplete as to the full scope of the activities and the process under which they would achieve the items outlined in Regent Rocha's resolution. That would really be necessary to truly enforce a meaningful and purposeful inquiry, review, whatever you would like to call it, into a concrete and discrete issue. And I'll get to a different item as it relates to a broad discussion in a minute. Despite what Regent Rocha said, I do believe the resolution flies in the face of the constitutional autonomy, as you quoted from the Supreme Court decision, Chair Powell. And that was established at this university's inception. And that conflict is because this resolution would populate that proposed commission solely with members of the Minnesota legislature, all of which are up for election this year.
Is that what it says?
And
Is that what the resolution said?
first, I would appreciate the opportunity to finish speaking before being interrupted.
Yeah, please, Regent, go ahead.
That the composition of the commission shall be established in consultation with the leaders. So it will not be comprised of them, but in consultation with them, all of which are up for election this year. So friendly amendment to my statement, still the same issue. And that consultation with them takes out of our true and entire control of ensuring that only experts or individuals with expertise and experience in collegiate athletics, interrelated issues such as the Title IX issue, NCAA compliance, name, image, and likeness, or those with a fiduciary duty to this university are populated on that. Fourth, in my initial review of the links Regent Rocha sent during our few breaks that we've had today, the examples of other higher education institutions that are provided here have committees that are similar to our board structure with regents or trustees that are sitting in those positions. And I haven't found one yet that's populated in a way as Regent Rocha proposes, where it's in consultation with legislators or elected officials. And granted, I've had 15 minutes of breaks to do that in. Fifth, the resolution is asking to create a report broadly related to athletics, including topics such as the impact that participation in intercollegiate athletics has on athletes and our communities. The oversight of which is our job. That's what we're here as regents to do, is to oversee those activities. And we don't need a special commission to inquire as to the items identified here, such as viability athletics and non-revenue sports. We can do that ourselves. We can pose our questions to each of the individual athletic organizations at our system campuses, ask them to report to us on a slate of issues, take it up, dig into it, get into the meat of it, and do that in our role as fiduciaries of this university. And if that's what we want to do, then I would ask that we set this up for a real detailed discussion, perhaps as part of our retreat, to talk about whether we need to rethink our committees as a whole. Sixth, the resolution does speak broadly to University of Minnesota athletics, which would then encompass all of our campuses. And there's nothing in this resolution that guarantees that each of those campuses would have representation on Regent Rocha's special commission. But if this is really an effort to try and revisit the board's decision of the 2020 decision that you laid out, Regent Powell, Chair Powell, excuse me, regarding the 3 Twin Cities athletic programs, then it should state that. This shouldn't be bringing in a bunch of other issues if it's really targeted at one specific issue. But I want to point out that that decision made by the board in 2020 already included a review of the key issues that you laid out, Chair Powell, in why that decision was being brought forth by Twin Cities Athletics Program. That was already completed in a way in which decisions should be made. It was done with an expert in university athletic programs in Title IX, and that review was completed before the board made any decisions in 2020, and that review was reported out to the board by that expert, allowing the board to ask questions, dig deeper, and understand the decision before it and the reasons that were grounded in Title IX compliance, on which the Twin Cities Intercollegiate Program developed its proposal. So for those reasons, I will not support this resolution.
Thanks very much, Regent Verhalen. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and good afternoon, colleagues and members of the community. I sincerely apologize for not being able to be physically present in the boardroom today, but I have a few remarks to offer about the resolution before us. So my first meeting as a member of the Board of Regents was on Wednesday, April 28th, 2021, right after getting sworn in as a member of the board. And one of the items on the agenda was approval of the employment contract of then new Gopher head men's basketball coach, Ben Johnson. And at that meeting, I spoke to the value of board participation and oversight in the strategic direction of their respective institutions' intercollegiate athletics portfolio. And when making that point, I cited a statement from the Association of Governing Boards of Colleges and Universities regarding governing boards' responsibilities for intercollegiate athletics. And I wanted to read a portion of what I cited then here today, because I think it's very relevant to the conversation we're having. So this is quoting from the AGB statement, and it says, and I'm happy to share this with folks, it says, quote, the board's fiduciary responsibility regarding athletics programs is not distinct from its fiduciary responsibility for other aspects of an institution or system. A governing board's responsibility to ensure the adequacy and implementation of policies related to intercollegiate athletics is just as essential as its responsibilities for academic programs, institution finances, and education quality and student success. A governing board should formally delegate the conduct and control of the athletics department to the institution's chief executive officer, but should not presume that this delegation limits the board's scope of accountability. This guidance applies equally to governing boards of public systems, though their processes for policy implementation and review will differ from those of single institution boards. So as we are members of AGB as an institution and as a Board of Regents, I wanted to read that because, again, I think that that's relevant to the conversation we're having today. But to continue my statement, as we all know, this board has been immersed in a lot of conversation about athletics following the board vote in October 2020 to eliminate the 3 sports that Regent Powell talked about in his opening comments. Having not been a member of the board at the time of that vote, since my election, I've been constantly navigating communications from every imaginable venue possible on this issue, as I know many of us have as well. I've tried to always listen intently and with an open mind to folks who have concerns about what happened and how we move forward as an institution, while also being mindful of what I've learned and come to know from the university about the recommendation and why the athletic director and president ultimately brought forward the recommendation that was passed by the board in October 2020 by a 7-5 vote of regents. I think it's really important to highlight that the resolution in front of us today is not about reinstating the sports that were eliminated. I don't see that in my review of the resolution. I view this resolution, after having had a chance to review it here this morning, is that it's about reversing course on, it's not about reversing course on the decision that was made 2 years ago. And it's more of a look at what our governance responsibilities are as a board in this area, very much in line with the statement I just read from AGB. I think it puts it very well and aligns with my governance philosophy as how we should be approaching this. So after some lengthy personal discernment on this, and having understood that this topic would be coming before us as a board, but not having seen the exact resolution until this morning, the reason I've come to support this today is I view Regent Rocha's resolution as written, and as I understood we would be seeing it today based on the letter that went to many folks last week. This proposal being deeply rooted in a positive collaborative governance approach that I think is one we should embrace as a board. There's been many communications we've received about this in the student body president letter, or the letter from the MSA student body president that we received last night. I noticed that there was a letter linked in the footnotes in the bottom of that from what I believe is the Student Athlete Commission that I think was formed by student athletes that were part of the teams that were eliminated. And I think they gave a very impactful statement that I just had a chance to read here a few minutes ago around this motion and around the legislature, and their part of their letter states, quote, "This decision sets in motion a long overdue agenda to renew the emphasis of Olympic sports in the NCAA by creating a sustainable plan to manage unexpected situations like the COVID-19 pandemic. We are extremely appreciative that the state legislature has addressed this issue and gave student athletes a voice while continually fighting to provide more opportunities for future Gophers." So that's part of the letter that was dated May 19th, which I just had an opportunity to see this morning due to it being linked in the footnotes of the MSA president letter we received yesterday. To finish wrapping up my comments, it's also important to me to acknowledge every time we have a more high profile issue like this, the multitude of other communications we've received from inside and outside the university community about this resolution. I want to thank everyone who wrote to us for your engagement. So I don't read this at all as an attempt to reinstate the sports that were cut. It actually doesn't say that in the resolution at all, as I've been able to review it here. I view this resolution as a positive step forward in our governance responsibilities as a board. It's rooted in working collaboratively with stakeholders to do some long-term strategic visioning of our intercollegiate athletics portfolio and the many reasons that Regent Rocha stated in the resolution. I view this not too far off from, and I think Regent Rocha mentioned this in his email, some of the resolutions that were discussed by the board in 2015 and 2016 around a similar commission. So while the state legislature on a bipartisan basis certainly seems to be signaling support for this now, that this has been a conversation that this board has actually had way prior to October 2020. So I want to be respectful of the time of colleagues, so I'll leave it there. But those are some of the reasons I'll be supporting this today, and thank Regent Rocha for bringing forward what I think is a productive, governance-minded, moving forward solution that I hope we can all get behind in terms of next steps. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That ends my comments.
All right. Thank you, Regent Farnsworth, for those comments. Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. So I guess on this resolution, there's a lot of good points that were brought up by Regent Verhalen, and I've had the chance to speak with some colleagues on this. We didn't have the resolution, but I think we were aware that something like it was coming, including the motioner, and obviously discussed it. I talked with Regent Rocha about the challenges of we don't have this yet, and that was just the other day. And I think Regent Verhalen articulated some of those concerns. So I'm framing that to say I haven't fully digested this, and that's what makes it hard to understand and support the motion. But at the same time, there are some key themes that I pick up on here that I think are worth exploring, and I'll speak to those. And like I said, I mean, we got this morning, but I would like to point out that ironically, the vote that kind of spurred this 2 years ago also significantly changed the morning of, and some colleagues were comfortable acting on it on a significantly changed motion that morning. So with that, I'll just point out the kind of themes I see here and the things that I see worth conversing about, whether in the form of this motion or otherwise. I mean, I think obviously we can't disconnect this from the discontinuation of the 3 sports about 2 years ago. The resolution doesn't seek to reinstate that. We obviously know there's a lot of public interest around those specifically, but we all know that that's what spurred part of this, right? Some significant changes to our athletic composition. The other thing is NIL. We've discussed this informally and formally at different times, and those who are watching the landscape, it's significantly reshaping college athletics, and we don't even know what that will continue to look like. I think at this institution, we just made some adjustments to offer financial support to some athletes. I'm not remembering the full specifics of that, but we're already starting to adjust to that. And if you read the papers, it's spurring activity in the transfer portal and things like that. So we don't know what college athletics will continue to look like with changes like that. The other thing is, I do think we have a responsibility to be responsive and engaged with the legislature. And, I know this issue of autonomy came up. I don't see it as, first of all, I'm not an expert on constitutional autonomy and the history of it. My understanding was that the true principle around that was to protect academics, to protect research, to protect the curriculum, and to not let the politics of the day from one party or the other dictate what our scholars are able to do. And when I was a student, I did observe the board use that to stop just that from the legislature. I don't think it means that they're not a significant and interested party in the affairs of the university. And the letter we got wasn't a demand. I do know there have been some amendments in the higher ed committees, if I'm correct on that state different things. But in terms of the letter, it's a request. And as our partners, both just as publicly elected officials, but quite frankly, financially, it should be something that, we welcome in terms of engagement with them on the issue, regardless of what that looks like. So I don't know that autonomy really is at stake here, by honoring a request. And, we talk about this being the state university, and, there's no way we can truly engage the public. We can't go survey the 5 million residents of the state. And the way our government's set up is this is who represents them. They're elected officials. And I think that's another reason that we have to engage them. The other thing is, from a governance perspective, I looked at a few of the links that Regent Rocha sent. Obviously wasn't able to digest them well, as Regent Verhalen noted. But it does show more involvement from the governing body in athletics. I think through this vote 2 years ago, and also some other ones we've had, we're hearing that from some regions, not all, but a desire for the board to be more engaged and have a closer voice to athletics. And that's another thing to be considered here. And then lastly, again, I know there's a lot of people who are closely affiliated with the sports that were affected, but I really do see this as more of a athletics conversation. I kind of liken it to renaming, which occurred before I was on the board. But the reason I'm drawing that analogy is the board was faced with a big public controversial issue, and they addressed it, but then realized we need to step back and have a larger governance discussion about how this fits. And that led to the charge from the board to the president to do a deep dive into the namings policy. And we set up committees for that, and we discussed that at length at retreat and at the board, and ultimately came up with a framework, a policy, I think we all supported, to now guide us when this happens again. I think that's the same thing here. We had this big event. We fell on what side we may have on that, but I certainly didn't think 2 years later that, the public would have this much attention still fixed on this. So I think that's an opportunity to say, okay, that action already happened, but maybe we need to talk about this and have a governance conversation to better prepare us for when future changes are needed. And so in the future, when we're having those Title IX issues, that's a conversation that comes back to the board, and we're aware of those and have input in the formulating of a solution rather than having one provided and having to go one way or the other on it. And I will note that the namings vote was actually much more unanimous than this one. That was a 11-1, 10-1 vote. One region was absent, and we still said this is something we need to look at. This was a vote that was decided by one vote or so, So I think it's appropriate to say, okay, let's not in the context of just that vote, but kind of step back and have this conversation. So so for some of the reasons I articulated earlier, again, I haven't fully digested this resolution, so I am hesitant to support it. But I also think something like this should occur. I'm not too worried about the legislative involvement. I mean, they're important voices, and again, the decision still lies with the board, right? We involve them in the conversation, and we come back and make decisions as we feel fit. But I mean, if the board leadership and my colleagues were willing to commit to formulating something that addresses these principles, something better, I would probably be more inclined to follow that path. But in lieu of it, this addresses some of that. So I hope that makes sense. And thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Regent Swigum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My colleagues, I can't tell you how disappointed I am that this resolution is before us today. I can't tell you how dangerously close this gets to offending the Constitution of the state of Minnesota, if not a direct offense of the constitutional autonomy that we have. But what scares me more than anything, Regent Powell, you have not talked to me about what I'm going to say and what my plans were to say, but you and I think exactly alike, and that really scares me, that we would be on the same page. First and foremost, going down the line, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. When this recommendation was brought to us by our wonderful athletic director and our great president 2 years ago, somewhat based upon finances, somewhat based upon the COVID consequences we were facing at that time. I think the number first brought to us was $61 million deficit, and it turned out to be like 21 million at the end of the year, if I remember correctly, at least close enough for government work. The finances drove the decision to some degree. We also were in a situation of unsustainable programs even before COVID. The 8th largest budget and allowing the 4th largest number of programs to be enjoyed by our student athletes. It was unsustainable. It wasn't going to continue. COVID only added to that. Now, use whatever numbers you want. You could use a couple million to continue the 3 programs. You could use 5 to 7 million, which would be necessary if we were going to not reduce men's programs and add 3 women's programs for Title IX. Or what I think you ought to use, the number is $100 million plus. We needed to set up an endowment for a continuation, because we're going to fund it just for 1 year, those 3 programs. So it was $100 million plus. That's probably the real number, but use whatever number you want. Title IX, I wish I could tell you all of the conversation that we had with this expert lady from out east regarding Title IX the week of, maybe it was even the night before the decision was made. Wise counsel has told me that I better not say too much or I would become Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Is that what counsel told me?
Don't look at me, go look at him.
Well, no, I think it was in a other conversation, but the fact is we were dangerously close, potentially out of compliance. The words meaningful participation are real. And I remember the individual telling us, and I'm not going to share all the specifics, but she said the plan we were bringing forward was the best plan she had seen in this country. The best plan, general terms. And I think that is very, very important and weighed heavily on our minds back then. But more than the finances, more than Title IX, at stake, folks, is autonomy. of the university. And I'd just like to share this. Brian, would you help me pass this out? These are the words of Justice Stoll in 1928. And I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but in his words, it says, the purpose of the Constitution remains clear. It was to put the management of the greatest state education institution beyond the dangers of vacillating policy, ill-informed or careless meddling, and partisan ambition. In other words, to keep this out of politics, to keep our decisions here at the University of Minnesota, this great institution, and amongst ourselves, folks. I don't know. When I called Cody, I don't know if you're a Democrat or Republican. It doesn't make any difference because we're serving a mission here that's above politics. And believe me, I have played a lot of politics in my life. I have done so, and for that I apologize. But this institution is supposed to be above it. Look at the words of Justice Stone. Know what the Constitution says. And folks, as we sit here serving at the behest, obviously, of the legislature, of the electors, as Regent Rocha says, and it's dangerous, extremely dangerous. Be aware going against your electors is not a smart thing to do. But we need to do it for the educational institution that's the greatest in this state. We need to do it for the Constitution. And folks, we need to do it for those who went before us, who sat in these seats. You know, the Andersons and the Johnsons, the Beesons and the Metzons, the Broads and the Simmons, the Lucases, the Allens. We need to do it for them. We also need to do it for those that will come after us. The autonomy for those that come after us is just as important. And the irony of this motion, and I think the supposed consequences of the irony is that there are those, our friends in the legislature, who think we have too much bureaucracy here, that think we have too much bureaucratic nightmare of commissions. They want us to form another commission. That's ironic. It's ironic that they sometimes think we spend too much money and they want us to spend more money. That's all ironic. But the tragedy is this, folks. Take away the money, take away Title IX, take away the autonomy of the university. The tragedy is we should be sitting here celebrating our athletic department, celebrating its successes. A record grade point average of 3.44 this last year. It's a program record. Graduating rates of 96%. Student athletes, 96% graduation rate. Another program record. We're number 11 in the entire country in the Directors' Cup Challenge. The standings that give the award for the most success within college athletics. Those are the things we should be celebrating. We should be celebrating the leadership of the university, our athletic director, our coaches, and mostly our student athletes. We should be celebrating them rather than having this confrontation controversy. It takes away from what the student athletes are doing. And that's really tragic, Mr. Chairman. And nothing has changed from 2.5 years ago. In fact, in a rearview mirror, sometimes if you could say we made a decision, but you look in a rearview mirror 2.5 years later, and well, maybe not. It's even stronger today than it was then. You mentioned the more undergraduate women that we did then. It's just stronger in the rearview mirror. Folks, good decision 2 years ago based upon the facts, and I'm disappointed this came forward today.
Thank you,
I'm
Regent.
sorry, I hope it didn't take my 10 minutes.
You're good. Thank you, Regent Swigum. Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I find myself at times trying to bring context to these sorts of debates, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've had the good fortune to see some of these issues come and go, and I want to bring a little context to this conversation in 3 or possibly 4 areas. One, our relationship with the legislature and how I believe we do listen and we do dialogue and we do react. in spaces that are mission centric. I'll come back to that. That's one. Second, the context for the October 2020 decision, which I believe Regent Powell hit on every front, but I want to restate where I was at when I voted on that. Thirdly, the idea of the board doing its own thing in the athletic space, because that's certainly an option. And I'll bring a little bit of context to where we've been with that, because this isn't the first time we've had this conversation. It's the first time we've had it around this table, but it's happened several times. And then lastly, I want to close with where Regent Swigum just was, and that is celebrating some of the good things that are happening at this athletic department in this university. So when we run afoul of legislative interests, or they're raising concerns about issues that are central to our mission, our three-part mission to research, educate, and outreach, I believe we do listen. And if I go back to 2012, I recall administrative spending, lots of interest at the legislature on what we were doing in that space, ultimately led to some legislation, ongoing reporting that we still do today. We don't ignore that. That's central to our mission. Another one that comes to mind is tremendous legislative interest in a human subject research program that was in dire need of overhauling. The administration overhauled it with this board's oversight. Major overhaul. The IRB process that we have today, I think, is the envy of many others. I give those examples only to make it clear we don't take this one request and then people make sweeping statements that we ignore the legislature. We don't. But any way you want to cut it, this is not mission centric in the way that research, outreach, and education are. And that's not to diss or to disrespect student athletes or all of the time, money, and effort that goes into athletics at this university. It's enormously important. And as Regent Rocha points out, it's also extremely public and extremely consequential for our who we are and how the public views us and how obviously the legislature views us, but it's not mission centric. When mission centric issues come up, I believe we do work very closely with the legislature, and we'd be in harm's way if we ever didn't. So secondly, the October 2020 decision was grounded in Title IX compliance issues, very, very heavily grounded. It also had a significant element to it that was over the long term to try and eliminate deficit spending. And that was front and center in my mind when I voted yes, that we couldn't roster manage up women's sports and roster manage down men's sports. We affected quality with the men's sports, and we had a legal duty not to roster manage up the women's sports. We were probably doing too much already. So that's where I was at. That's where I remain at today. And I think we made a very difficult but a well-grounded decision at the time. Now, perhaps the most important piece of this, of my comments anyway, is that this board is fully capable and fully empowered and has evaluated in an informal way whether we should have an athletics committee. Regent Rocha, you may be the only other one here that would remember some informal conversations around that. Now, I'll tell you where I stand, but this is a very different board than last time we discussed it. When I think about an athletics committee for this board, which it could do next month or next year or never, I don't support that because one, I don't think we have subject matter expertise in that arena. Two, I think it sends a very bad signal to the research, outreach, and education elements of this university, which we should spend our time governing every day. So I don't like the signal it sends that we barely have time to talk about our research mission. Let's add athletics to it. And thirdly, the shared governance process itself, the faculty is deeply engaged in athletics. I know for a fact how much time they spend up in Duluth, and the faculty representatives are very, very engaged, and I think it's tenfold down here. So it's not like we don't engage in that space, but I also realize the presence of name, image, likeness, the emergence of big fundamental things shaping the very business model could lead a board to decide, maybe we do need to spend more time there. I think that's a decision for this board. It's changed dramatically in makeup, but that's the right way to get at this issue, is this board makes its own decision to start finding a subset of the board that's properly informed by subject matter expertise to go off and perhaps have an ad hoc committee, perhaps do something else, but not a third-party driven request to essentially, I think, go back and revisit an October 2020 decision. Now, let me close on that front. I think it's a little disingenuous to suggest that because it doesn't say that in the language of the resolution, which again, as several of my colleagues have pointed out, we just saw, that it isn't about revisiting that. Because as Regent Swigum just pointed out, I mean, where are the problems in this athletic department that we have to solve with a special commission? Multiple coaches of the year, Learfield rankings that you just said that are the envy of all but 10 other schools across the country, record GPAs, record graduation rates, and importantly, and back to the time when we last thought about this issue, informally as a board, should we look at an athletics committee? We had a lot of, I don't like the word scandals, but we had issues under prior athletic directors, significant ones. Football and athletic director himself, I mean, that's all public record. And all of that leads a good governing board to say, do we need to be deeper engaged? We ultimately decided we didn't set up a committee. As I was vice chair and chair of the board, both those discussions happened. And they're legitimate, valid discussions for a good governing board, but none of that's happening today. We made a tough decision, an unpopular decision, but you know, if the board as it's comprised today, as opposed to the way it was in 15, 16, 17, decides that that's what it wants to do, then do it. But I'm not going to support this motion because I don't think that's the way to get to the bottom of this set of issues. It's something this board should decide it wants to do. We restructured our committees when I became chair, and you know, we can restructure them anytime we want to. Maybe it's time to rethink that. So thanks very much, Chair Powell.
Thank you, Regent McMillan. Regent Mayron.
Thank you. Several of my colleagues have addressed several of the points I'm going to make, but I will just go on the record for this. So I'm going to vote against the resolution. As background, I will say that there was a lot of analysis that was presented to us when we made the decision in October of 2020 to ultimately eliminate the 3 sports. I was satisfied with the analysis that we were provided, and I was satisfied with ultimately the grounds that we based our decision to eliminate those 3 sports. So to the extent, and I'm not reading the resolution, at least not on its face, of trying to revisit that decision. I just want to go on the record that I was satisfied then and I'm satisfied now with the basis of our decisions in 2020. As to the resolution itself, I personally do not see the need for the creation of a commission made up of presumably outsiders. I don't know who they would be, but I'm assuming it's not a commission made up of just regents, or we don't need a commission. And we don't need to consult with the higher ed committees from the Senate and the House of Representatives. So I'm going to assume it's a commission made up of outsiders to address the various issues that were raised in the resolution. I don't see the need for it, whether it's based on constitutional autonomy or whatever other reason. I believe that if we have issues with whether it's athletics or anything else, that we have the ability and we are charged with as our responsibility to address those issues internally. And we can do so either by, as Regent McMillan suggested, possibly an ad hoc committee, a special committee, a special standing committee, or we can do it through our own committee structure, whether it's through mission fulfillment, or I listened today to Jacob Tolar. We have had him come back time and time again to address healthcare, the health system, the impact on Minnesota. Basically, you could replace any of these words here with athletics and put in healthcare, and we had him report on it, and we've held his feet to the fire. We can do that, and that's what our charge is as regents here in terms of governing ourselves. So I don't feel the need for an outside group to do our work. I don't see a basis for doing it, and I certainly don't see a basis based on the decision we made in the past, or as Regent McMillan and Regent Swigum have set out, the success of our athletic department. I don't see the cry for this type of investigation. But if we want to do it, I feel that we are perfectly capable and we have a structure in place and we can do it internally. And that's what our governance requires us to do as Regents, protecting the University of Minnesota. So for all of those reasons, I am going to vote against this resolution. Thank you, Chair Powell.
Regent Hitch.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair Powell. I just want to briefly mention that I'm also voting against the resolution for reasons stated by a lot of my colleagues. But I want to underscore that for some reason, since I'm voting against the resolution, that I'm against athletics in general, or I don't like athletics or anything like that, because I love athletics and I think it's very important. And there needs to be a process for adding and eliminating sports. I agree with that. And I think we're capable of doing that. But also on a bigger note, I mean, we're asking all of our departments and everyone to present to us ways to become more efficient through our peak initiative. And if we're going to, take these recommendations and try to save money and reallocate money towards our mission, these are going to be really hard decisions to make. And when we make the decisions, they're hard enough to make one time. We shouldn't have to make them 2 or 3 times. And so every time we revisit something like this, it makes it tougher and tougher. So I just want to warn us that, let's make the decisions well the first time and let's stick with them and move on. And that's what I'd like to say. So I agree with the 2020 decision. I wasn't on the board, but if I would have been on the board, I would have voted the same way. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Hitch. Regent Rocha, you'll have the last comment.
You've got,
Thank you, Mr.
you do have Regent, before Regent Rocha responds, he may wish to hear from, I can't remember. Yeah, Arabi, Regent Arabi, yeah.
Did I miss a raised hand?
Yes, it just went up.
Regent Talurabi, did you want to speak?
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed that.
That's okay. Chair Powell and fellow regents, sorry I could not be there as well too. I had a hiccup this morning, so I apologize. I think everyone knows I'm the newest regent here, and so this decision was made before my time. And but as I have come to join the board, I've been able to learn a bit more about the decision, given some of the inquiries and things like that. And just as a regent, I do believe that it is my responsibility to listen and learn and to try to understand some of the context, although there seems to be a very long history and a much context that I still have not gotten. But I do think that it is important for us as regents to focus on the mission of this institution, and this sets in precedence some direction for us that to me feels very much like it's taking us in a direction that we may not want to go, given the authority that we already have to make inquiries and to deeply ask these types of questions. So, in my short time here on the board, I know that there is hardly a decision that we make that is taken lightly because of the great impact that it has all across the university, the students, faculty, community, and all of those different areas. And that oftentimes staff do a lot of work to continue to give us the information so that we can think about the future of the university and ensure that it is thriving. And so for today, I really just want to echo the sentiment that I just as a point of process, I think that this is not the way that we should go about discussing whether we create new committees. It is not helpful to really have those conversations. It came so last minute. I literally am just trying to read through the materials, and I think that we have the governance committee or other committees where we should take up just a process for considering that. I also think that, we have fantastic staff who do a lot of work to present us information, and we have the ability to make those requests and to inquire about the impact of our decisions, and that while we have vocal body of people who do contact us, it is important for us to think about the impact of our decisions even after the fact. But I've not heard anything that tells me that the decisions that were made in 2019 when I was not on the board were the wrong decisions. They have certainly impacted particular individuals and had other kinds of impacts, but just thinking about the overall need for the university, that I don't feel that it was the wrong decision. So for a number of reasons, I just want to state and say that I will not be supporting this resolution to create a special commission.
Thank you, Regent Tau-Urabi.
Mr. Chair, can you please indulge just a brief clarification?
Very brief, Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state that, I think the genesis of this was the 2020 vote. We can all agree, and this is a pretty Twin Cities athletics focused issue, and I just wanted to clarify that because as we've been discussing it, I have gotten some inquiries from system campuses, that they weren't aware there was a Title IX issue or anything like that. So just a good reminder for myself and my colleagues that we should be more explicit in terms of what we're talking about, because I think this really is a Twin Cities centric issue. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Okay, Regent Rocha, you shall have the last word and then we will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll seek to be concise. While I'm thinking of it, I request a roll call.
Oh, yeah,
vote
absolutely.
on this matter. Thank you. Just a couple things I want to address. There was a concern about receiving this morning. I would note that I did request to be placed on one of the committee agendas, and I was not granted that opportunity. Nonetheless, I think that people seem to be fairly well prepared with the remarks. I'm actually pleased with some components of this discussion. I will say that with respect to the 2020 decision, and there's a reason why that's not explicitly in there, is because it's not the basis. Yeah, are they related? No question, they're related, but that was purposely not included in there. I'm a little concerned, in general counsel, maybe this is a conversation we have to have. We've had a lot of discussion around an expert. Well, the expert was presented to us in a confidential attorney-client setting, and so the question of who may waive that privilege, because I've been very careful not to walk over that line as to what that counsel was, and I don't know that others have been quite as sensitive to that, perhaps. But and to Regent McMillan, I've been reflecting and reviewing some of the notes on the previous discussion. We actually had a formal discussion. I moved a resolution at the board, as you may recall, and we stalled out roughly 5 or 6. And at the recommendation of then Chair Johnson, I withdrew the resolution to consider putting it through the committee process, but then in subsequent email communication between you, Regent Johnson, and myself, you guys did not want to move it forward, and I did not revisit it under the current environment because I didn't believe that there were now 7 votes. So it has been a formal discussion as to what this board will do in terms of exercising our expertise. I would point out that we ought to be consistent because we have all kinds of activities where we have a couple of regions involved with non-regions that, whether it's presidential searches or other considerations within the university or with the public generally, we do that with some regularity. And this was specifically left open to allow our leadership to work in comedy with a T with the legislative leadership that has a question here to make sure that it's something that we would have an opportunity to approve, that we are not conceding any of that authority. One of the questions about, it was stated a little bit earlier that this board makes these decisions. Well, that's what we're doing here. And the question is, what's a little bit startling to me is the idea that working and being responsive to a very important partner, again, from whom we're asking for $1.4 billion this year alone, that the fact that there's an interest there somehow makes this a bad decision. It's almost like I was going to go brush my teeth until my parents told me to, and now by golly, I'm not going to brush my teeth. It's the fact that they're interested in it should not change the fact that this is an important issue. Here's the issue. There's not a single member of this board right now that could explain to me, or any of us at this point, why we have the sports that we currently have and why it's structured the way that it is. Not one. Why do we have golf? Somebody explain to me why we have golf. They play on other courses, it doesn't generate revenue. Can anybody explain why? And the fact is, we can't. And frankly, for something so high profile, I think that we ought to have that opportunity. And I think a commission like this, a conversation like this, would not only get this board on point for understanding these things, but would also get community buy-in and support as well. And I think that it's, I don't consider it to be an insult to this board or an inappropriate function for this university to be in good relationship with our community and with the legislature. Finally, I'm a little concerned that we actually have articulated, or some have articulated, that a voluntary decision by this board would somehow challenge the Constitution. I mean, that's silly. Passing this would not violate the Constitution. We might be surprised that we accept money from the legislature in state specials. How dare they tell us how we spend that money? So I want to put that to rest. That's a disappointing argument, and I'm not sure if it's intended to be a hearing or what the basis for that is, but I want to just be very clear that we have every opportunity to pass this if we so choose. That being said, it appears that the folks have kind of lined up as they are. Last comment in relation to Regent Kenyania's comment. This specifically did not address the Twin Cities campus alone, because I know there are concerns on other campuses about intercollegiate athletics and how the funding for those sports come forward. And I think that it should be part of our conversation as a system, because we are a system, University of Minnesota. We are not a single campus. And so that was within the context of that dialogue. So that being said, I would ask you to support it, and I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Regent Rocha. We'll move to the vote now on the resolution to establish a special commission to review and evaluate the role of intercollegiate athletics at the University of Minnesota. Mr. Steves, would you call the roll, please?
Regent Davenport.
No.
Regent Davenport votes no. Regent Farnsworth.
Yes.
Regent Farnsworth votes yes. Regent Hipsch.
No.
Regent Hipsch votes no. Regent Johnson.
No.
Regent Johnson votes no. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
No.
Regent Mayron votes no. Regent McMillan.
No.
Regent McMillan votes no. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Swigum.
No.
Regent Swigum votes no. Regent Tauyurabe.
No.
Regent Tauyurabe votes no. Regent Verhalen.
No.
Regent Verhalen votes no. Chair Powell.
No.
Chair Powell votes no.
There are 9 no votes, 3 yes votes. The resolution fails. We are adjourned.
Yeah.
You got plenty of time. You got plenty of